The date is July the 5th, 1984. This is an interview with Mrs. Laura Youngblood of Fort Arbuckle, Oklahoma. This interview is conducted by Joe Todd, Mr. Lewis Coleman, and Mrs. Brunetta Griffith of the Oklahoma Historical Society.
I don't know how old he was when he went, and he went to Cumberland University first, you know, in Nashville, is it Memphis? Nashville.
Nashville.
And had 2 years there. And then he never came home, you know, from the time he left to go to school. And he'd go to Washington and stay with his Uncle Peter P. Because that's, he gave him the money, the Indian money. I don't know how he got it from the government, I guess, for Papa to get his education.
Well, they let Peter control that money for some reason. At one time, I think he was treasurer of the nation, so that
was he real honest?
Well,
hadn't been some question about it?
He sure didn't overlook his own interests sometimes.
Well, that was put nicely.
Joe is our historian, our oral historian, and so I'll let him conduct the interview with you, but I sure have looked forward to this, getting down here and seeing you.
The interview's going now. I've been.
Oh, it is. Well, we're just reminiscing here.
That's important.
Even went there when we went to go in buggy. Papa always had a carriage, you know, and we go there, and he always enjoyed the people that'd be there, you know. He was a good friend of B.C. Clark's at,
Oklahoma
you know, he was a big Methodist. Papa was, and B.C. Clark was too, you know. And I was in the store one time, and B.C. Clark's son-in-law said he spent their honeymoon at the Artesian.
Well, well, that was the place to go at that time.
Oh, I was just so sorry when it burned. That was just, we just thought so much of the Artesian because that's where we'd go there and spend a week over there. Papa take us over there when Mom was gone. After we'd go and spend a week, and we'd dance in the evening and swim in the day and have picnics in the park and
really live it up.
Mrs. Youngblood, when's your birthday?
What you say?
When's your birthday?
March the 24th. I was born in 1891. I was 93.
1891. Who was your father?
Dr. T.P. Thomas P. Howe, Thomas Pitchlin Howe.
And your mother?
She was Henrietta Wright from Paris, Texas. I have history from on both sides in Texas. Her father founded the Paris, Texas, gave the square. I have a book out there in the hall, and his picture and everything that they had a little monument down there, and I went down. I was about the only real granddaughter that's left, didn't they?
Where was your father born?
Huh?
Where was your father born?
At Eagletown, I think.
Eagletown.
Yeah, Eagletown.
I'd like to get some information on the Howe family.
I don't know about the family.
When did the family first come to Indian Territory?
Well, now, I don't know that. Do you?
Lois can tell you.
1836 or 37.
I can't keep dates in my head.
The record shows that Peter Pitchlin came out early, and he, at the request of the Howes and the Harrises, picked places for them, and then they came out.
I guess I thought I was smarter than Grandma and Papa, you know. We wouldn't listen to them. We could have asked so many questions, that, but we were so busy our own life, you know, that we didn't listen.
Did you know your grandparents?
I knew grandmother, the Rhoda.
What was her name?
Rhoda Pitchlin Howe. She'd come here and maybe stay, and always brought a feather bed with her.
What do you remember about your grandmother?
Well, I don't remember. She was blind for about 16 years, and just liked to talk. And she would always have a big man's handkerchief, you know, and she just rolled it this way and rolled it that way, and they'd just talk, and then they talked all the time.
What kind of stories do you remember that
Huh?
What kind of stories did she tell you?
Oh, I don't remember any of her stories. Only I remember we'd ask her, give us a name, an Indian name, and she named me Hayakatuna is my Indian name.
Would you repeat that?
How do you spell it?
Hayakatuna.
She has it up there on my picture.
Well, we just had to guess at the spelling.
Yeah. Hayakatuna.
Do you want me to chime in here?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I took what we guessed at the spelling, and then I took it to Buster
And
Dad,
she named my next sister
and he
Emma
tried for my
Hotea.
spelling to interpret it, you know, to translate it into English.
And my youngest sister was named Wayoka. She gave us all three Indian names.
What did he say was the...
Well, the best he could make out from our spelling, you know, was that it meant something akin to born across the water, and he assumed that to be the Mississippi. She was born across the water. And the older sister, Vivian, or younger...
I can't hear you there.
Vivian, your sister Vivian,
Huh?
your sister Vivian,
Uh-huh.
what was her name?
Emma Hotea.
Well, I remember Buster said that meant something about walking alone.
You know. And Gladys is Wayoka.
Yeah, it's something about...
They had a boat when Lake Murray was first built. The Hales had a boat out there, and the boat was christened Wayoka. Then when the war came on, you know, they took the boats. They wouldn't let them have the yachts out there. He had to get rid of it.
Were any of your family involved in the Civil War?
No, not as I know of. I don't know.
Do you mean her immediate family?
No. Well, yeah,
I
grandfather.
was the son of the Confederates. I know.
Ever hear any Civil War stories?
I sure didn't. But I know I have in my book, you know, in 1909, I was a maid of honor to the Confederate reunion in Memphis, wasn't there? In my scrapbook.
You were maid of honor?
Uh-huh.
Tell me about that.
Well, I don't know. The hearing girls over at Elk City, you know, I don't know if you ever heard of them or not, but they went to school with me and in Kid Key.
Kid Key?
And they were appointed to. I can't think of the man's name, Dr. Somebody. His mind's a pink one. She can see it all right. And we all went to Memphis and stayed at the Peabody Hotel. And went to all the things, you know, and they I can't think of the man, Dr. Somebody. I guess he's a friend of Papa's, why I got appointed, I don't know.
How were you appointed maid of honor?
Well, this, I guess, what is his name?
General Kirk, General Cross, and General Kirk.
No, it's a fellow with, let me see. Maybe this guy. I thought right down there. I can't think his name. I'm so blind. I know he said the Peabody Hotel. And these herring girls were, that's over at Sulphur, and the rest of it. Can't think his name now. That he pointed me, and and then I had a very big, long thing. It's all just rotted to pieces, you know. And it was just a reunion of the Confederacy, you know. Papa was a son of the Confederacy. He didn't, because we have a frame upstairs in the hall of his being a son. And that's how I was appointed, just somewhere I left there.
Where were you born?
Right here.
Right here.
This is the old house, right up there. I was about 7 years old, I guess, when they built this house.
Okay. Now, when was the old house built?
Oh, I guess in 70, Papa came back from college in '72. I think he graduated in 1872, and I think he was here about a year before he married his sister's stepchild. See, she had married, his sister had married Captain Grant, and he had had these two children, Calvin Grant and Jane, and Papa married his sister's stepchildren. There wasn't any kid to him, because he had them before he ever married.
That's Captain Grant from at Fort Arbuckle.
Right.
I had Fort
Okay.
Arbuckle.
Was this house built on the site of the old house?
Just right, it was just right in there. They just had enough room, because we had to live in it till we got this one
Okay.
built, you know. Just had enough room to work around it. And that old catalpa tree out there was built, I imagine it's over 100 years old.
Yes, I noted that tree when we walked in. Yeah.
If the wind would come and blow it down, it would curse the house with it.
Can you describe Fort Arbuckle?
No, I don't know a thing about that, because I was a little kid. I know we used to go up there. He had a store, I think. Captain, he was. We called him Grandpa, because my sisters, half sisters, they was Grandpa to him, and so we called him Grandpa too. You know, Grandpa Grant. And we'd go up there, and I remember we had to go up steps into his store, and go in the carriage, you know, and she'd drive up there and spend the day. They always had to spend the day, you know. And she'd go over to the store. They had the big house there. And one time, I was a little, at that time I was a baby, and they couldn't have any shoes in. Captain Grant said, "This child needs shoes." And Mama said, "I can't get in small enough for her." And he measured on it. He said, "The traveling man's coming next week, and I'm going to get her a pair of shoes." And he measured on his finger what my foot was. And I had one of them bronze in there in the parlor that he had made for me. So I don't know much about, but we always visited with them up there, because that was Papa's sister, you know. Then on down farther was his other sister was Mrs. Camp.
Okay.
And then he's here, and then on down to John Wright, Brunetta, who she's named for, lived down on 77 highway. And then the Wolf's, his other sister, lived up north of him. So we came all down here and then turned and went north of it. That's Washita then, you know, Washita.
Do you? Oh, go ahead.
It wasn't Davis. Davis wasn't here.
Ah.
What she means. It was just
I
called
can't hear you.
Washita. I say Davis didn't exist at that time. So I understand.
Do you remember when this house was built?
Oh yeah.
Did they cut the lumber on the site or haul it in?
The lumber was brought from Gainesville, Texas.
Texas.
The contractor was Mr. Ramsden from Gainesville, Texas. And they brought their own, he brought his own carpenters with him, and they camped out there, had camps, because they wasn't in place for them to eat or sleep, you know. So they had tents and camped out there. I don't know how long it took them, several months to build it.
What about the furnishings for the house?
Then when, after they got it built, they went to Fort Worth and brought the furniture. Of course, I guess so. And I don't know, we always just, if we got something better, you know, we gave theirs to the black folks. And I wish in the old house, they had the prettiest chandeliers in the parlor there. Had the crystal things hanging around. That was years ago, you know.
You mean in the old house?
In the old house, in the parlor in the old house. I had a parlor in the old house, this house there. See, it went across that, and then it went back down that way.
You just
Was
can
this
see the
house torn
front.
down when this was
Yes,
built?
it's been torn down.
No, they lived in it.
We had servants' quarters out there, and then we had a men's house. They called it the men's house. They had all kinds of hired hands in those days, you know. I don't think they paid about $3 a week.
Now, were the black folks around here, were they freedmen?
Well, the old Uncle Pooh, we called him, that he was, I don't know, he must not have been his people must have been asleep, but he always lived with Grandma, Howe, Rhoda. And then when her house burned, I guess was why she stopped keeping house, you know, and she went to live with the Butler's and everyone. And he came to Papa, and he lived here He just did what he wanted to keep his horse here. Old Billy was his horse. And we had a servants' quarters out in the backyard, a room for the black men and the room for the black women that cooked for us. And he lived out there.
Tell us more about Uncle Pooh.
And Uncle Poole just made a garden in the fall he'd catch all the turnips and the cabbage heads and everything and make a bed or something and all cover it all up, you know. I don't know how he did it. And then in the winter he'd go out there and get that stuff out for the cooks, you know.
He was Rhoda Howe's slave, but then when he was freed, of course, but he didn't go
Yeah.
anywhere.
But did Rhoda bring any other of the former slaves out here with her? Do you know?
I can't hear.
Did Rhoda bring in any of the other former slaves out here with her?
Yes, they said that Rose Smith over here that's married one of the twins of my first cousin. He said they were very well to do, the Howells, when they came from Mississippi, and they brought their slaves and everything on the boat. And she brought the children all up, you know, but they had, I guess, 2 or 3 then, you know, and she was pregnant then, and left him down there. He was a doctor, and he wanted to collect his bills, you know, his outstanding bills. And she located, and I think it was the baby born and everything before he ever got to find the place where they were. He finally got them, and I don't know how long he lived after that. I don't know what, he's buried down in the Choctaw Nation, you know, what,
He
what's on
died
his
in 1865.
65.
Mhm. In October, I believe, of 65.
And wasn't long after that she moved up here, I guess, because
Right.
Papa graduated in 72, you know. And they were down there when he left for school.
What school did he graduate from?
At the University of Maryland in
Maryland.
medicine. He first went to Cumberland University in Nashville and took 2 years there. And then on the medical school, just had 2 years then, you know. And then went on to,
You said that your family came by boat.
from Mississippi up here.
Do you have
They
any?
didn't come on the Trail of Tears.
Okay.
Through in wagons and things. It's old Ross Smith, and he lived with the family. He married one of the Butterly girls, you know, and I know he knows more than I do about that. And
Have you been told any stories about the trip on the boat?
no, I never have heard any
Okay.
folks about that. So
She
we
said
just
Grandma.
didn't ask. We were so busy with our own lives, I guess we didn't ask Grandma, and she talked all the time too.
As a little girl, what chores did you do around the house?
Didn't have any chores at all.
Why not?
We had servants. Well, that's, he been my grandson, our grandma, but it's a fact of life. I never did have to wash the dishes or anything like that.
What kind of games did you play as a
Oh,
child?
we played games all the time.
What kind?
Old Flinch and everything. Just Old Maid and...
What's Flinch?
It's a card game. We had a big table out there in the hall, and there's always somebody here, you know. And we just played, we've always played games here. And then at night we'd have questions and answers and different things, you know. We had a governess, you know, that lived 4 years.
What was her name?
Miss Nettie Sutcliffe. She was from New Orleans.
Tell me about her.
Well, she is Papa advertised, I think, in the a Methodist paper that comes out of Nashville, you know. And she had just finished at Peabody, I think. And she had wanted to come to the West, you know. So he got hold of her, and she came here and stayed there 4 years and taught us in the attic. Because there wasn't any schools then, you know. And she was just like one of the family, you know.
What did you do for recreation?
Well, we just had our own, we just had fun all the time.
What'd you do?
Played the games and played baseball with the boys, and we didn't have any neighbors or anything.
You played baseball.
Baseball.
Were you a tomboy?
Huh?
Were you a tomboy?
Yeah, no, I never was. I was always kind of sissy. But we did play baseball with the boys.
When was the
But
first? Oh, go
We
ahead.
didn't know anything about the outside world, hardly.
When was the first school established in this area?
I don't know. Papa hired a teacher and put her up here, Miss, Catherine Williams, and she stayed here, and we went to school up there the year before after we'd had a governess, you know.
Where was this?
In I don't know, in 1902, I guess. The World's Fair was in 1904, wasn't it, St. Louis?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know our governess went with us then, but I guess in 1900 that he got the governess for us. And in 1904, I guess it was that I was supposed to go to, no, 1904 we went to 4, 5, 6, between 10, in 19 and 10, and how many, that 1906 and when I went to Kid Key, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was graduated in 1910, 4 years.
You graduated in 1910?
1910.
Well, tell them about when you got so homesick, when they sent you to Tennessee or somewhere.
I can't hear you.
Tell them about when you were so homesick and when they sent you to Tennessee.
Coleman, my brother Coleman Hick, and then John Wright, Papa's nephew, all went to Bellbuckle to Wall School. You know, it was kind of a famous
Bellbuckle,
school for
Tennessee.
bad boys, and they weren't bad boys, but Papa just thought they ought to be under control, you know, and he sent them there. And they sent me to Soul College at Murfreesboro. And I'm still just crazy about home. I just don't want to stay anywhere, and I'm so homesick when I go anywhere. And we went to Soul College, and they were over to Murfreesboro. I was in Murfreesboro, and they were in some other place. And Tom would come every weekend to see me, and I just cried my eyes out. They thought I think I just got sick, and they had to send me home. So I was just about
How old were you?
So I stayed here and went to this country school up here that year. And then, of course, we'd already let the governess go, you know, and we had this country school up there. And we went there. Then the next year we went 4 years at Kid Key at Sherman.
Where was the country school?
It was up in the woods. Just
How big was it?
just one room.
And how many students went there?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe 25 or something. Maybe not that many. It's just the renters, you know, that are around here.
Was it a subscription school?
You paid it. I think Papa kept it going. Just
How much did he have to pay?
I don't have any idea. And I know he had an old organ. I wish we had that. And I think that they just left it up there and somebody carried it off, I guess. I'd love to have had it. We didn't think anything about warm things like that then, you know.
Do you remember any stories of the Spanish-American War?
No.
Was there any?
Not anybody in our family was in that, I don't guess.
Did you know anybody that went?
Well, Laura, you must tell him that he had all these older brothers that he never did really even know some of them. They may have been in many
They may
things.
have, I don't know.
You know, Civil War. Well, you know that was Peter down there and all was Civil War age.
Did you have a big party at the turn of the century?
But the turn when
1900.
and when?
January 31st, 1899. Was there a big
No.
party?
Don't think so. I don't remember if they did.
Tell me about the World's Fair.
Well, we all went, the governess and my sister, half-sister Miss Walker, and Dr. Walker and their son, and Tom and me. I guess all went to the World's Fair together, and then we came home, and Papa and Mama and the 3 youngest children all went.
What was your favorite exhibit in St. Louis?
Huh?
What was your favorite exhibit in St. Louis?
Oh, I don't remember. It's just so so big, and you know, it's so startling. They're so lighted up. You know, we're from the country.
Tell me what you thought about it.
I thought it was wonderful, and that tune I can still, and I played on my little organ all the time. That to meet me in St. Louis, Louis, meet me at the fair. Don't tell me there's lots of shining any fair but there. We were. This is my little organ that I play. See, I just can use these fingers or stiff. I can't do it. Isn't that sweet?
That is.
Play that, meet me in St. Louis.
Oh, I can't say anything without new music, and I don't know where it is. But that tune is always, you heard it all over the fair. You know, meet me in St. Louis, meet me at the fair. Don't tell me the lights are shining any fair but there.
How big was that fair? How large of an area?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. I was just 12 years old.
Did you go to the Indian Territory exhibit?
I guess we did.
Mm-hmm.
We went to all the buildings, you know.
Where'd you stay in St. Louis?
I don't know that either.
How long did you stay?
I guess about a week, I don't know. I remember my sister, they had the buildings, you know, just long stairs going up. And they didn't have places to eat like they do now, you know. And they'd get a lunch fixed at the hotel wherever we stayed. And this nephew of mine, we thought a lot of him, he's the only child. And he had his little lunch bag, he's going up the step and knocked the bottle fell out of it, and his sandwich and thing just went onto the steps. And we said, Tom, give me a little lunch. He wouldn't ask, he wouldn't pick it up or anything.
You know,
Embarrassed, huh?
I think there are 3 buildings left in the fair
It is.
in St. Louis.
I've never been there.
She dates everything.
I've been to St. Louis, but I've never been out there since the fair.
You haven't? You ought to go.
We've been, I'm too old now to go anywhere. But I've been to 3 World Fair, I guess. We went to Chicago World Fair. And was there one down at Houston or San Antonio or somewhere?
Well, there's one in Dallas in 36 and San Antonio in 68.
68 is when I went to San Antonio.
Chicago was 33.
That
was a century of progress.
And the St. Louis World Fair in 1904.
What about the Chicago World's Fair?
I was too young for that.
No, Chicago? That was 33, wasn't it?
Oh, well, the first year, you know, that, I went to the one in 33. But I think about you know, there's one there years ago, I know I had an old friend that...
1890.
Oh, there's a Fleming exposition. That's right, yeah. Did you go to that too?
No, that's why I was born or the baby or something, I don't know.
When was it you went to Europe, all over Europe? What year did you go all over Europe? What year did you go all over Europe?
When Tom and I went to Europe in 67. My grandson there. I didn't have any. I phoned one night and said that he had made a reservation. We want to go by boat. We on a boat trip, and said, "Why don't you come go with me?" And I said, "Oh, I could. I didn't have that. I could go." So when I hung up, Tom Youngblood said, "What do you want? He wanted you to go to Europe with him?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, why don't you go?" And I thought, "Well, I guess I could if he wanted me to go." So I called him back and I said he would, so he made that there. I had to get a passport and everything, you know, we just got on. We've gone 7 weeks. Oh, that was a long time. I was just dying to get home.
Tell me about your father. What kind of man was he?
Oh, he's the best man in the world.
Describe him. Describe him.
Oh, he's the best looking man, and he was so good to his family. He wasn't anything too good for us. That I think he would, and I said that if Mom and Papa fussed, I didn't know it. They never said a cross word to each other as I ever heard.
What kind of personality did he have, your father?
Oh, he was a jolly good fellow.
Well, did he continue to practice medicine after he got into banking and ranching?
No, when 1907 was that statehood, you know, he wouldn't take out, he was wanting to stop all the time, you know. And they won't let the family doctor stop, you know. And his son-in-law and his cousins, Dr. Hoover and Dr. Walker, they both took out license. And then when statehood, he had that. He said, "I can't practice now. I'm not allowed to." So he wouldn't take out license to practice. So he, he was one of the best men, I guess. And he was just real religious, you know. He was, and he stepped around too. He went out a lot, and but he was appointed. I have a picture back there in Tom's room of the. You know, they just recently had the Methodists had a convention or whatever they call it at Baltimore, and Papa. This was in 1898, I believe it is. Something like that. It has his picture. He was a delegate there, and he always took our pastor with him whenever he went to a convention. And in this picture, that Kid Key that I went to, Miss Key married Dr. Kidd. Kid Key married Bishop Key. She was Key in that. And he's pictured in that too, on this picture. And so they just recently had, and he was a delegate to that. That big old picture in there, your room, you know,
Oh, yeah, that.
on the wall. Right there.
To show that to her.
And that was in the attic, and we just rolled it down not long ago, and I hung it in there. And I got looking at it. It's so little, I can't hardly see it now. But Papa was 57 or something, or he has them all numbered, you know. And Bishop Key was one of the bishops in the thing.
Now that would have been the General Conference, Methodist General Conference.
And Papa was a good friend of B.C. Clark's. They were Methodists together, you know, the old B.C. that founded that.
Presbyterian churches.
I see. Well, I wondered because
why he come to be Methodist, but he was really Presbyterian.
Have you heard of the Sequoia Convention?
The what?
Sequoia Convention?
No.
To make the state of Sequoia?
Do you?
Yeah, I have, but
That was in Muskogee in 1906.
You know.
now that
1905.
she may think you're talking about the
1905.
Methodist. Still.
I think what Joe's getting at, do you remember any discussion of this question of statehood, whether it ought to be a separate state for the Indians or?
Well, I remember something about it, but I remember Papa, they wanted to name this county Howe. And Papa wanted it. He was a good friend of Bill Murray's, you know, and he suggested naming it for Bill Murray. But I've heard Papa tell that he was at the convention, you know, when they, what is it they called it?
The Constitutional Convention.
Constitutional Convention,
Was your father at that convention? Did he talk about that?
Well, I didn't listen if you talked about it.
Did he have any good Bill Murray stories?
Oh, he used to, yeah, my goodness. He and Bill Murray were just really good friends. I have, I think of, oh, excuse me, honey. Had, this is from Todd. Do you remember anything about Todd Weaver?
No, I don't.
That's old, he was a lawyer up there or something, I don't know. What that is in there. That's Bill Murray, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is Alfalfa Bill. I don't know. And then this is Alfalfa Bill wrote that about his wife, wasn't it? Alice. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
And this is William Jennings Bryan. And this is something about, I can't read dark things hard at all.
Oh, first message of Governor Murray, 1933.
I'm like an old wood rat, I just keep everything.
I'm sure glad you did. Hey, I wish more people would.
People can't believe I've kept all this stuff, you know, I just have boxes and sacks of clippings.
Do you remember Statehood Day?
Well, no,
1907.
I was at college then.
Okay.
In 1907.
And Kid Key?
And I know Miss Key told us
How big was Kid Key College?
oh, it was a lovely school, you know. It was a finishing school, what they said. I have a piece I read the other day that told about Miss Key, how she come to found it. She wanted to go, they weren't so much educating you, they wanted you to be a lady, you know.
Well, was that what they used to call Mackenzie College?
No.
No, they were different?
It was North Texas Female College, and she took it over. It was a Methodist school, and she married Bishop Key, you know, and she called it Kid Key. She was Miss Kid when she married Key. And
there was a Methodist missionary who came with the Choctaws in '32 and settled at Shawneetown, and then 3 or 4 years later moved across the river and started a college near Paris.
Sure enough.
What was
At
his
Paris?
name?
Mackenzie.
Oh, McKinney.
I don't know. I don't know where that letter is that I found the other day.
Taken over.
Yes.
Yeah. Now Kid
And
Key
it-
was Sherman, wasn't it? Wasn't it in Sherman, Texas?
No, Paris. Wasn't Kid Key at Paris?
No, Sherman.
Was it Sherman?
Did you stay on campus or did you board out?
Oh no, we stayed on campus. They had several buildings.
Okay, it was a dormitory then?
Uh-huh.
What was your dorm room like? Describe your dorm room.
The dormitory?
Yes, ma'am.
Your room.
Well, we just had the room in there. Maybe 2 or 3 girls could room in the same room. We had a girl room, Vivian and I, that's my sister, you know, and then a girl from down in Texas roomed together. And then the next year Gladys came, the last year we were there, and we had the senior house. When you got to be senior, you had to go in another building, you know. We roomed in the main building where Miss Key was. And it was a nice building, and all the receptions and everything was there, and the dining room was in the basement. And we always, it was just a nice school. She just said the nice people of Texas were there.
So you took your meals in the basement, in the dining room?
And they had black waiters, and they had trays, I bet this big. I never thought they'd be big. Those darkers to carry them up there, so it just come right into the hole.
What was your curriculum?
For I just took the regular course.
Which consisted of?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Writing and reading and arithmetic, I guess.
Were there many others from the Indian Territory in school there?
Oh, yeah. Lots of it. And lots of Texas girls, you know.
Did Brunetta Howe go there too?
If Brunetta was there for you, but Brunetta was she never took went to school. I think she was just there for she didn't have any folks, you know. And she was a good friend of the one of the teachers there, Miss Elizabeth. And Miss Elizabeth was on our floor, took care of, was our boss, you know, on our floor. And but she never did. I don't think she ever graduated, and she stayed longer than we were. But she wasn't well, you know, and she just had the money and just went to school and just stayed there. Because I know she never did graduate.
I don't know if they want the story of her is so interesting. I don't know whether you'd want to hear that or not.
Yeah.
Tell them the story, all the story of Brunetta Howe. Tell them the story of Brunetta Howe.
Well, she's John Howe's Papa's brother's child, and there's 3 children of them, Jane and I don't know who the boy was. And they all died with TB, the whole family, and Brunetta was left. And she lived with the Buttledes. Papa's sister lived across the street, Roy Creek over here, and she'd stay here some, and then she married, and I was in her wedding. She had a big wedding at Wynnewood, and several men from Ardmore, I guess about 4 men from Ardmore and 2 from Davis, and then the girls, I was one, the Johnson girls from Norman and somebody else. She had just a big wedding. We came from Kidkey up to the wedding, and then they went on a honeymoon for a month, I guess. Went all through the east and everywhere.
You didn't tell who she
back,
married. You didn't tell who she married.
He married Dick McLeish's son. Dick McLeish was a big man in Ardmore, you know, Jerry McLeish. He worked in the bank over at Davis. And they went all in the east of school and came back. And the night, I think the night after they got back, why, he fell out of the window and killed himself. So then she had this child. She was pregnant, and just a little girl. She lives in Oklahoma City now. I had a letter from this last week, and she was my flower girl, this little girl, when I married.
What year did you marry?
In 1914.
Where'd you meet your husband?
Well, he was superintendent of schools in Davis.
What's his name?
Tom Youngblood.
Tom Youngblood.
So many times.
I was divorced twice from him. Tried it twice. Went 5 years and then married him back. Then I guess we lived there maybe 25 years and then divorced again.
How come your father moved from Eagletown up here?
I never did know. See, Papa, his mother moved from Eagletown up here while he was in college.
Mm-hmm. You never did know why?
I never did know why. I never did listen to Grandma tell her.
Mm-hmm.
And we never did ask Papa. We could have asked Papa lots of things we couldn't.
Why did they change the name of Washita to Davis?
Well, Davis was, Washita was up on the creek there, or the place up there, you know, low there. And Mr. Davis had a store, Sam Davis. I've got a lot of defendants tell about him, why they named the town. Some said they ought to name it Chigley because Chigley owned the land and gave the land for the town, you know. But Tom Davis is a good friend of mine. He's over and lives in Sullivan now. But I never do talk about that because I never do want Tom to think that I thought I was named for Chigley because
The name was Chigley?
Chigley was the first man, and he gave the land, I think, for the.
Was he Chickasaw?
I guess I don't know what Chigley was. Choctaw Chickasaw one. He's one of the. Right.
You told Mr. Mack and me about you getting the bathtub, and it came to Fort Washita. It came to Washita, Indian Territory, getting this bathtub for one time.
We had a bathtub in the old house, and on the side of it when they took it out was T.P. Howe, Dr. T.P. Howe, Washita, IT. I wish I'd saved that thing.
Of course, they had to carry water to put in the bathtub.
No, we didn't either.
You didn't?
We had a tank. We've lived good all my life.
You had a windmill.
Windmill. Mama I had to have a bath every day. I've always been crazy about water, you know, to me. And she had to put that me in the bathtub every afternoon. I had to take a bath. And it was a little room off on the porch. They made it as a bathroom there.
And it was piped in from the windmill.
Piped in.
What about heating it? What about heating it?
I don't know about that. I don't guess he did.
It's awful cold.
I guess we didn't take it in the winter.
Did you support votes for women? Did you support women's suffrage?
Yeah, I think I did. I don't remember. I remember when we, I didn't think too much about it. I just thought they would be housewives, I guess.
What do you remember about your first trip to Oklahoma City? You all stayed at the Huckins?
We always stayed there.
Always stayed at the Huckins.
I don't even remember we went so much.
You didn't?
Papa used to take us up there, and if we had girlfriends visiting us from, they added these pages last night, so I have to fix.
Fill those.
I couldn't fix it last yet, you know. And if we had girlfriends visiting us, we'd take them, we'd go Papa Teeper's up there, then we'd stay at the Huckins for a week.
How would you travel to Oklahoma City?
Well, we went by train then.
By train?
But then after that, of course, we got in 1910, it was Papa's first car. And we had that car right there, and that the chauffeur that's in there, I know, he stayed at the Huckins, and he ran a great big bill up to Papa, I remember that. And,
What kind of car is that? What kind of car was
I
that?
don't know, I asked somebody the other day what kind of car
You mean you fellas don't know?
You see this
It's a pleasure touring car.
money over
Isn't
here?
that what they call it?
But I would guess it's probably a Buick. It doesn't look like a Ford.
I just have two fingers I can use. That is when, that's the Davis Bank. When Papa's president used to have to sign all the money, that's his signature. And this is the one, he was president of the Winterwood Bank, and that was 18 and something. And that, I think this was before I was born.
Yeah, this April 25th, 1898.
90, well,
This was up at the Federal Reserve Act
I was
of
born in 91.
1912.
And this is an old $1 bill that Mama had always saved.
Banks could issue their own.
And, so we'd always just kept those back in the lockbox, and I thought, well, I'd just have it framed. And Tom said, oh, somebody will steal it. He won't take it home
That's
with
the
him.
grandson.
And I wouldn't let him. He lives in San Francisco. I said, somebody steal it out there, but didn't do it here.
I like the when you tell about your sister Vivian not playing with the dolls and how when you look I wanted to find her where that
That's
looked.
Vivian's picture, and he had the big picture. She was Papa's pet. He always, we always knew it. That, and we have a framed picture of her when the baby more than the rest of us ever had a baby picture framed, enlarged. That is,
That's Vivian.
that's Vivian, that is Papa's pet. So that's why I put that in there. He always called her sugar pet, that's
Yeah,
Papa. As was on one of his birthdays, he celebrated.
I did some interviews in Pauls Valley, and I was given.
One of those.
He always called her sugar pet.
Tell her what. Tell them where they'd find her whenever she.
And she'd go up in the transom. She'd climb the transom, just 1 foot right there, and get right up there and sit up in the transom. She'd get away from the kids. She never did like the dolls, or never did like to play with kids, and she wanted to read. I said I was the middle one. And Mom was her first. Papa had 3 children when he married my mother, you know, and my brother Tom was the first one, and then I was the second one. Then Vivian was third, and that was Papa's pet. And of course, the first one was Mama's pet, and then Gladys was the baby, and I was the middle one, and I never had any pet.
Did you do any work for the war effort in World War I? Did you do any work for the war effort?
I never did. I never was very active.
You weren't.
I've always been kind of timid.
Hard to believe.
You ever see letters written like that?
I want you to point that
Yes.
out.
You have?
Yeah.
I hadn't. Isn't that fantastic?
Save paper.
Those was from Papa's girlfriends. He went and wrote across this and then wrote across that way, you know. You reckon they didn't have much stationery then?
I think that was the reason to conserve stationery.
Uh-huh.
Because quite a few of the Byington's letters are
Yeah.
written like that.
Sure enough, I didn't know.
I was going to say it's written on the other side.
I sent,
Other side's blank.
then this is a little so little, that is from one of his girls too. And what Mama kept them for.
By the way, many of the Byington letters mention the Howells.
They
Miss-
do.
Dr. and Mrs. Howell,
Uh-huh.
and their children.
Because they had a bunch of children.
Yes.
14.
14.
14.
What kind of work did your husband do?
Oh, he was a school teacher when I met him. And then he was an agricultural agent or something for down when I married him, but down at Belton, Texas. And then when he wanted to come back up here, so we came up here, and he just raised cattle and
Did you help him on the ranch?
well, I have driven the tractor. He one time he didn't have during the war, and he wanted to fix something, and he told me to drive it. Just look at that tree right down there, he said. And I sat up there and held that thing till it down there. I remember that, and then he bought me a horse, because you didn't have hired hands hardly that during the war, you know, you couldn't get it, and then you couldn't drive cattle with one person hardly. So he bought me a horse, and we'd drive up the cattle, and he'd holler, and I used to be scared of the horse. I never did like to ride. When we'd have girls come to visit, and they think visiting on the ranch, you know, you'd have to ride horseback. And we'd have horses, and they'd ride, but I never did enjoy it. I never did like to ride much. Every one of those articles are different. The same picture maybe in all of them.
It's all very interesting.
Uh-huh.
I noticed that your father was honored along with Gordon Lilly and Zach Miller.
At that time,
Yes. Did you ever meet either one of those people?
no, I didn't. Pop was getting kind of old, you know, when we all went to that. It was at the Skirvin.
When he was inducted into the Hall of Fame?
No, it is the Biltmore. That's right. And Gore was there. He was a main speaker, I think.
Here's some more of
The
those.
blind senator.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know we all had breakfast together the next morning down the dining room.
Girls.
You know, Gordon Lilly was Pawnee Bill.
Yeah.
Most of them.
July 13th.
Grant Foreman,
Yeah.
was our
We was,
historian.
I was so unhappy. Grant Froman wrote me several times wanting to come down and talk to Papa thing. He's writing a book yet. But, I've had a lot of heartaches, and I just couldn't write or couldn't see it. So I never did answer him, I don't think. But,
Washington.
mhm.
This is what this talking about, they wrote.
Yeah,
wrote,
right.
You may have seen it. Those
Yeah.
I sent Roy one of Papa's parties.
How come your father went to Maryland to go to school?
I don't have any idea. Well, his uncle, Peter P., his mother's brother, he was in Washington, and I guess he was great for education, Peter P. Pitchlin was. He wanted everybody educated. So when he was about, I guess, 16 or 17, he went to Nashville for 2 years. Then I don't know how he wanted to be there, be a doctor. So then he went on to Baltimore, Maryland.
Do you have any stories of Peter Pitchlin?
No, I never did know him. But his sister, now that's Peter P., isn't it?
He died in '83.
See, I didn't born till.
She wasn't born.
But his sister, isn't that name Rhoda? Wasn't her name? No.
Your grandmother was
Rhoda
right.
was it?
Yes.
I get also so many Rhodas. She's listed here, but I was off at college at that time, and I didn't see her. But she came here to see it. But I've heard them tell
he had a sister Rhoda.
that she was a friend of the Roosevelts, Theodore. And she raised fine chickens, I think, in the city that way. And she did they take the chickens over, and she knew the kids, all those boys,
Rhoda lived until, what, 1911?
You talk about different Rhoda.
Sure, no.
Yes, okay, this was
When she died.
Dr. Howe's wife. Rhoda lived until 1911.
Grandma Howe.
Grandma, and she died in 1911, and Mama died in 1912. Just a year against it.
Yeah, after Peter Pitchlin went back to Washington in '66, he never did come back to the nation. He stayed up
Did
there.
they?
Married a woman.
In 66.
No, I don't think they married.
No,
Well, does he have
A
any
live-in
ancestors
arrangement.
down in the Choctaw Nation thing?
none
Is
that I
he well
know that are
like Peter
documented.
Pitchlin?
There are some named
In the Choctaw
Pitchlin.
Nation.
that
That's
I'm
what
not-
I think
know.
so, yes, because of his efforts at the education and things. Well, what do you think? His question. Did you hear his question?
No,
Was Peter Pitchlin well liked by the Choctaws?
among
overall?
a certain element, he was controversial.
Why was he so controversial?
Well, first of all, he was a mixed blood.
That's what they didn't want they wanted full blood.
Yes, that was one
He
reason.
said he was just a fourth, wasn't he?
That's right. But he was trying to push the Choctaws for
move
progress
them.
in education.
And
so
education
on.
was his long suit, wasn't he?
Right.
And he was for moving them up here, wasn't he, from Mississippi?
He came around to that view.
After a while.
He sided with those who felt that if the Choctaws wanted to survive as a people, that they had to get away from the whites in Mississippi.
He's kind of wishy-washy, wasn't he? You want to be on the...
Well, he was looking out.
I never did hear Papa say a bad word about him because he was his uncle and had been good to him, I think,
Well, when his interests and those of the Choctaws coincided, he was very aggressive.
Yeah.
But he fought for 20 years for the net proceeds settlement, and finally it wasn't paid until after his death, about $2.25 million the Choctaws got.
But it was a result of his
Now,
efforts.
Yes.
how did he get his living? How did he make a living?
By his wits,
Who paid him for his wits? The government?
the Choctaws.
The Choctaw. Well, I never did hear Papa say anything, but I know I've heard Papa say that he'd give him money to go for his education, Because he was great on education. He wanted to.
Yeah, and his own father was there.
Peter Pitchlin was a very shrewd individual, and as I say, when his interests and those of the Choctaws coincided, he could be very persuasive.
But he was against him. He wasn't a good.
And he did control the education fund for several years. In other words, the Choctaw treasurer would pay the money to him, and he then would parcel it out, and that's probably how your father.
He had long
The
hair.
choice young men, I take it. It's supposed to be the choice young men of the nation.
That's in his old age.
Yeah.
That other one's when he was a chief up yonder.
That's a reproduction though, and this is original. I said that's a reproduction up there.
Yeah.
And this is the
When was
original
We
this
picture.
one done? The
we used to
original?
have,
Catlin painted that.
Tom had that from the.
Yeah, but George Catlin painted it.
Had it at that place in Tulsa.
Was that in Gilcrease,
Gilcrease,
the
yeah.
original? Where's the one of Michelle Tubby, the Catlin?
But we
painted?
had two
Is
of
that in
these,
Gilcrease?
one on each side of the mantle. And somebody from the Historical Society years ago, when Papa was living, wanted. And so we gave him one, and we kept one. I think the other one was kind of more Indian, this is Papa that they gave him. But it's not up there. We looked in there. Tom never could find it. It
Well,
was framed just like this one.
Now, we have one in the Historical Society collection of Peter Pitchlin that's a younger picture than this.
A more Indian.
Yes,
Well, maybe that's it. Is it in a little frame like that, or have they rewritten?
I think it's been taken out of the frame.
reframed, I guess.
Well,
I know he did do it.
it's in
But
storage,
Tom
the
never could
original.
find what he's up there.
Yeah.
He did it to the right place, I guess.
We store them all in acid-free folders. Preserve them.
It was dusty, wasn't it?
Well, it's got spider webs behind it too.
Let's see.
Old houses are supposed to be that way.
I'd like to get some of your childhood stories.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Jog her memory. I'll see one. I'll make some
What
notes.
kind of story did you want to
Oh,
do?
listen, what I want you to tell is about the way you had your food. Now, on that tape you did for Mr. McGallier, you tell about
About what, honey?
the food. The food, how you you had harmony, and how many hogs were killed each year, and how.
Oh, I think they killed about 16 hogs. Had a big smokehouse, you know, and they smoke it, and in the winter time they dealt beef, and we lived well all the time. And in the basement they had barrels of apples. They had to gather them, you know, down there. And then this Uncle Howe would make the bed where he put his other vegetables, you know. And we bought our governor's father had a plantation in out of New Orleans, and he made had syrup, ribbon cane, and Papa a barrel of ribbon cane syrup. I know we got so tired I couldn't stand that stuff. We had so much of it.
Well,
Did
tell
you,
me.
go
Excuse
ahead.
me.
Did you watch him make the syrup?
No, I never did. That was down in New Orleans.
Oh, New Orleans.
Okay.
Okay.
They ship it up here to Papa.
Mhm.
She was her father had the plantation there, my
Okay.
governor.
What time of year would they kill the hogs?
Oh, the first cold spell when they would start freezing, you know, and that's a big day when they kill the hog. You know, give about 16.
Well, tell them about your doctors and how they ate in the kitchen and the others in the dining room and the harmony and all of that. Can you hear me?
They, I don't know.
I was trying not to get it on your.
They,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I don't think the stove, they had a big old majestic range of wood burning. This old maid that works for me now that did keep along till this year, like he'd say every time he gets there, I've just filled the over in that corner with a wood box. I've just carried wood there for the stove, you know. Had to keep that full for the cook. We had a cook, but he had to carry the wood in.
That's a gardener that still works here. He's way up in years.
He
you know.
he worked for Papa when
an
he
old
started
black
working.
man.
For 16 years old. He's still working for me.
Oh, is he here now?
Well, he doesn't live on the premises, but he does
But
he does
lives
all
there.
the yard work.
But he
yeah.
comes in there.
He's
Uh-huh.
worked
Where's
for
this
the-
book at?
Well, Howe's all his life.
And on our food when he died, he had started to have, he kept his horse here, you know, and I don't know how Papa paid him, just whatever he wanted, I guess, just to keep him in tobacco and things like that. And he made his garden and just fiddled around, did everything he wanted to. And he just got too old yet to do anything. And they had a new cook, and he got up this Sunday morning and told the cook, said, he built a fire in the fall, and built a fire in her room. They had a double fireplace, one in each room, you know. And he said, you don't have to get up early on Sunday morning as you do on the weekdays. And so when he went back to bed, and when they got up while he was dead, he died. He said, after he got up, he's real old. I really don't know how old. Well, I don't guess he knew how old he was.
No,
So
he probably
Papa
didn't
had
know
him
either.
buried. But we don't know where it's marked. They didn't put a marker, and
Well, do you think you could go, this is up at Tatum's, right? He's
huh?
up at Tatum's, been
Not at Tatum, at 8 Mile, I believe they called
8
it.
Mile.
Uh-huh.
Is there any place they would have kept records like
But
that?
they'd say
you
that
could-
Maid knows where he's married in that cemetery, but don't know what spot, he said, because it wasn't marked, you know.
Well, does
some,
the county have records?
I don't know, they might have.
Yeah.
You might be able to find that old slave.
That was in about 19, my child was born in 15, I guess, and he was about a year old, well, wasn't a year older, he must have died in about 1916.
Well, at that time, they kept the records in the county, but they later consolidated in Oklahoma City.
And hominy, I don't like hominy now, but Papa liked hominy. And
I
we
see
had
there's ending in him again.
they made their own, you know. They had a lye, what do they call it? Lye hopper.
Ash
and
hopper.
put the ashes in it, you know, and it dripped all the time. And,
Who did the laundry? Who did the laundry?
Oh, we had black folks that came from up on there. The cook didn't do it. It came up on the creek on Monday. They'd come and wash, had a regular wash house out there, had tubs and things, and the water was piped in from the windmill, you know. And they'd wash all day.
How'd they heat the water?
They had big old iron pots and built a fire out from in the yard, in front of the wash house. And then the next day, they did the ironing. They were here 2 days. Washed one day and ironed the next.
You ever help them?
I never ironed my life. Till after married.
Well, tell them how the eating arrangement.
The heating.
Eating.
Well, the black folks ate in the kitchen. They had a big table in there, you know. And then we had this table in the dining room. We ate every meal in the dining room. When I was a kid, I didn't know anything else was eaten in the dining room. And we had white men ate in there that hired hands. And then we had the family. But the black folks all ate in the kitchen.
How many hired hands did you have?
Well, I really don't know. I never did make it, but I know 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7.
That's
I know
the white men.
they had a white house and for the white men, and I know there's more than 1 or 2. And the black folks lived in this over here, and some of them. And I remember that after supper, Tom and Hick, my 2 brothers, you know, Tom was my own brother, and Hick was my half brother. They just look out for the hired hands and listen to them talk, you know, down there. And they learned to chew tobacco. And I remember when Mama found out that Tom was chewing tobacco, she cried all day long. He just broke her heart. They learned it down there, hanging around those men that's chewing tobacco.
How big was the ranch here? How many acres?
7,000 acres.
7,000.
When Papa passed
Slow
away.
down there.
He always said, we have to buy some more land. They joined me. He didn't want anybody to join him. I can remember telling Mama, said, "Oh, let's have to buy that land because he joins me."
Mr. Coleman, do you have any questions?
I was just wondering if you had any connections with the Murray family up at Lindsay. Do you remember that family?
I didn't know him at all.
'Cause they had,
You know, that was a long piece from here, wasn't it, in those days? Like we left that, when you didn't go to Oklahoma City, you had to stay all night, you couldn't go and come back the same day, you know. You get stuck in the sand when you were after we had cars, you know. The roads were so bad, and had to miss the stumps, and first car I had, didn't even know how to stop it. And they started up here and we went on to town. And I guess I know how to stop till there, but he forgot about how to stop. But he got here and he had a gate there, and the gate wasn't open, so he ran into the tree and broke it out. And first ladder.
Whenever you had traveled, where did you catch the train?
At Davis.
At Davis?
Mm-hmm. And we never rode a chair car in my life. We always, even going to winter, we had Pullman. Isn't that a sight? I had a friend who was coming from Colorado, and he got on it. Norman wanted to see me, you know. And I was in the Pullman. And he couldn't come back there. He couldn't come in the Pullman, you know. He said, "Why on earth did you have to have a Pullman?" I had to go back and talk to him in his car, you know. But we always rode the Pullman. Isn't that funny?
Well, maybe your father was afraid some young man might,
It didn't cost
Oh,
any more.
okay,
I think
something
they've
like
done it very much
Yeah.
more.
protecting his
But
daughter,
hey,
I guess.
What did the inside of that Pullman look like?
Oh, it was very luscious. And then Howe always had a dino. And then do you remember when they had the? I don't know how long it's been since they had the Purcell, the Harvey House.
oh,
You remember that?
yes,
Going to Oklahoma City, they'd start at Purcell, and that was the nicest thing. One day, avoided big black men, and they had just big old silver trays, you know, and they come to cut your roast out for you and everything. And we'd get up there and eat, and they'd come down to 10 minutes till time to get through. They had to hurry and get on the train, back on the train.
the dining cars were well appointed too with heavy silver. Remember that? The dining cars were well
Oh, weren't they?
equipped with
They served everything so nice, you know.
heavy silver
Big silver
utensils.
trays and big silver pots, you know, and just serve it.
Paper cups and
They don't even do
straws.
that now, or it's like good hotels that don't gas, do they? I remember when we went to the Herring girls from Elk City. Mr. Herring ran for governor one time, I don't know, and we went to the same play as Maid of Honor. They were too, you know, to this Confederate reunion, and they were the people out there when we got there. And she said, "Oh, the first time we'd ever had chicken a la king." She said, "When you go down to the dining room, be sure and take chicken a la king." First time they'd ever had it too. And they served it in a chafing dish, you know.
How would you travel from here to Davis?
We had a carriage before we had an automobile. In 1910 was our first car. But Mama had a Phaeton, you know, that I don't know what a Phaeton is not. It's just one seat, you know, and got it scooped out up there. And then we had a carriage, a two-seated carriage.
What kind was it? What brand? Do you remember?
I don't know anything about the
Women
brand.
don't look at things like that.
Yeah.
What I want you to tell them about how your mother went to town and how she bought these cases of food.
She always, they send we didn't go to town, you know, any hard at all. We didn't know any of the people in Davis. I knew more people in Winniewood because I had two sisters that lived up there. And we'd go up there when they was going to have a 42 party. They entertained their club while they'd have us to come up there. And be at the party, you know. That's how we come to get the knowing the boys in Wynnewood more than we did in Davis, because we always went up to Wynnewood to everything. And they'd send the man in the wagon to get the groceries. And Mama just have a great long list, you know, and you buy a case of corn, a case of tomatoes, and a case of hominy. They made a hominy, a case of, they canned the peaches, but I remember gooseberries and everything. She just had all kinds of things in the pantry. And potted ham, and we could just go in there and get a can of potted ham, open in the afternoon, and eat crackers, and had crackers in big cans, I think, or something.
You mean about tall like this? Big round tin cans? Well, tell them about the chain your mother wore. Tell them about the chain your mother wore around her waist.
Oh, yeah, she had, we had all this locked up in the pantry, because Papa didn't trust the black folks at all, you know. He didn't think there was an honest one. Isn't that odd? I guess they didn't pay him enough, they had to steal, don't you reckon? But he thought they were all steal from, you know. And she had all this in the pantry and the kitchen, all this canned goods. And she had this big, is a safety bin that big? I wish we'd saved it. I don't know what to do. I think Vivian carried that home with Lois there. And she carried the key to the pantry and the basement and different places, you know. And it was pinned on her belt all the time. When I was 12 years old, Papa bought me a diamond ring, and he wanted he had B.C. Lawrence's there down some, and somebody from St. Louis, and I don't know where he bought it from, but it was nearly a carat. I've given it away since then because I have a namesake I gave it to, and then when we graduated, why he bought Vivian a diamond ring from Lynn's at Dallas, and we went over there to get it, and Lynn's gave me and Vivian both, we graduated, a cut lace perfume bottle. I have it in there. And Papa bought Mama a pin, a diamond, you know, they had those kind of bar pins and diamonds.
Mama always had a bar pin.
And I don't know, it was a great big stone, and Mama wouldn't have it. She sent it back. He didn't need a diamond. She sent it back to Lynn's. She thought we need other things besides her having the diamond.
Well, tell them how you went to school up in the third floor here.
On the attic, that's when we had our governess, you know. And somebody asked did we just go when we wanted to, but we just had a regular routine, you know. After we had breakfast, we went on up and went to school and stayed there till noon, and came back and had lunch. And then after the lunch, we went back to school, and then she'd have to give us music lessons. She taught music. And then we'd have to practice, you know. We'd have to come down. They'd have to build a fire in the parlor because that's where the piano was. And that's the way we lived. And then one end of the attic was a John with Jim. The boys had a punching bag and a thing that you pull out this way, you know, and everything like that. And
we'll go up there.
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Papa was he got us anything he thought we wanted. And at Christmas time, he just couldn't get us enough, you know.
Tell me about your early Christmases.
Oh, we just had the nicest Christmases there were. Always had hang a big old black stocking about this long by the bed. And right in the bottom of the sock would be the little box of the ring. Every year we got this little ring with little stones in it, you know. And then there'd be nuts and things all the way up, and then oranges and things, and then at the top was a doll hanging out of it, and then be a go-kart or something like that. And then we'd have a Christmas tree, that'd be at the bedside, you know, the next morning. And then we'd have a Christmas tree out there in the hall, and it would close head to the ceiling nearly. And they would string popcorn and what's that red cranberries to decorate, and had little candle holders. They chipped on trees and lighted those. And one we had burned down, isn't it?
Sure is.
I can't see how we didn't burn the house up.
What kind of tree was it?
A cedar.
Just cedar?
They cut it here on the place. But they get the prettiest one, the biggest is the could you find, you know. And they just have, they made most of their ornaments, you know, didn't have many things like we do now. But those little candle holders and just little wax candles and burned them.
How do you celebrate the 4th of July?
We always went to supper. Every 4th as I can remember. Nearly even when we had to go in the Surrey, we went to supper. And that's it.
Did they have a big celebration in Sulphur?
Always. I don't know. Papa always liked to go over there. It seemed like how went the artesian bill? Do you know?
Oh, Senator Platt got that designated as a national
It's before
park.
1910.
Yes. I'm not sure, but Senator Platt died
It
a
was
couple of
Harry,
years.
somebody that was running for a long time over there. And Papa, Ed Johnson he was a banker in Norman. And he had some girls and they'd always be down there. And Papa just enjoyed being over there because he saw all the people. And we always went there and had dinner at the Artesian. We never did have a picnic. Most people have picnics, you know. But we always went to the Artesian and ate.
What about Thanksgiving?
Oh, we always had that here. Turkey and all the trimmings.
How many?
Excuse me, she said the kitchen was never, stove was never,
Huh?
you
Cold?
said, yeah, the stove was never cold, it's always
I
hot.
said I don't think our stove was ever cold. There's a bacon, there's a cooking, making on there, something all the time.
How many people would come here for Thanksgiving?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember all the family, you know. And I had 2 married sisters that lived in Winniewood, and us, and then maybe Brunetta, Howe would be visiting, or some friends or something. I just never did pay attention to it.
She said there were people all the time, didn't you say there were guests all the time?
Uh-huh.
Not only Christmas, but all the time.
What other holidays did you celebrate besides Christmas, Thanksgiving, and 4th of July?
The birthdays, I guess. Papa's birthday, that's when we had a picnic. It was Papa's birthday, 28th of August. We always went out on Colbert Creek. That's on the mountains there. Papa owned the land. And we always went out there and had a picnic and waded in that creek.
Was this land part of your father's allotment when
this was Mama's allotment.
Mama.
See, when you married the Indians, you got in those days,
Okay,
she got
that's
allotment too.
okay.
And this was 160 acres that Mama had. And then Papa, his allotment, his was way back in the mountains. My brother got his. And my allotment was up north of Davis. Papa had Hick, that's my brother, and Tom and me, all just right to straight and roll, 160 acres, right down the river.
What's your roll number?
Huh?
What's your roll number?
219.
219.
Uh-huh. We looked at last night, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Then, she got it in here, I think, or something what we looked at over there last night.
What haven't we covered?
Huh?
I'm sure there's...
Oh, I wanted to tell you how their clothes were made.
Okay.
Huh?
Tell them how your clothes were made and how you...
Well, Mama would have this woman was standing up there by in that old house, was here sewing. In the spring, she'd have come in sew a week. Mama would buy things by the boat. Organdy, I remember they had little organdy dresses that had velvet ribbon all around it, you know. And then in the fall she'd sew, that's before we could buy things there. Then after that, Mama ordered clothes from Kentucky, and we did 2 in Kansas City, Nugent's and Montgomery, Thayer, I can't think of the name there, but the big stores up there, you know, and had the clothes made there. Then we had a woman in Dallas that made a lot of our clothes.
And you set the measurements? You just set measurements?
Now, all the girls were married here in this house? Were you married here?
I married here, and Gladys and Vivian, and we've had some friends married here.
Were these big occasions when the marriages took place? What all happened at those?
Oh, I don't know. We had lots of happening.
But was there a big party before and after the marriage?
Uh-huh. Yeah, we had the reception. Vivian's the only one wouldn't have a wedding, you know. I think she married out on the road before. She didn't even want to marry like the rest of us.
That was his pet.
She wasn't slept in there.
I think that story of her climbing up this and turning that way.
And you just take her feet and go right up there, climb up there just like a monkey.
Sit up there and read. I think that's so funny. And tell them about your hobble skirts and when you were a young woman.
Yeah, then, you know, we dressed up when the boys come see us that night, you know, we just dressed up like we was going to the theater. And we had to hobble. Kurt could hardly, they just hobble right down here, you know.
Maybe he's too young to know, I guess.
I'm familiar with them. Grandma used to wear
You
them.
ever remember your grandmother had some?
Grandma told me about them. She said you couldn't walk, you just hobbled.
You just have to day, wasn't that a sight anybody to have them?
Well, I think there's a purpose in that. If a young man was chasing you, you fell down and he could sure catch.
You couldn't run very fast.
I think you didn't want to. You just had to pretend you did want to. Yeah, that Laura said she was named for one of her father's sweethearts. I don't know how that was managed. He managed that. Said the kitchen was all never, they were just busy all the time. Everywhere. Just people everywhere, all the time. Workers of one kind or another.
One of those pictures over there with Papa was on a committee in Washington, D.C., where all those men in that picture was a committee on building a Methodist church in Washington for people that come there for the business, you know.
Oh, tell me how your father was paid when he was practicing medicine.
Huh?
How your father was paid when he practiced medicine.
It's paid by $1 a mile.
And
then if they didn't have the money, they'd give them a calf or a cow, a horse or a pig or something, you know. And that's how it got ranching, started having cattle. Like that business did in practicing.
Did he keep records of his practice, of who he treated and...
I don't know, I don't think so.
No.
You ever travel with him to see patients? You ever travel with him to see patients?
Oh, no.
tell me how your mother worked.
I was a little girl when he stopped practicing. I can remember Mama when we lived in the old house, that's about all I remember. Mama walking back and forth, and he'd be out at night, you know, on a call. And I always thought, well, I never would worry about a man like that. She just, she wouldn't know how to let us talk, you know. She'd so worried about the doctor, because so many things could happen, you know. And he'd be off on the call.
Why was she worried about him?
Just something had happened to him.
Was there much crime in the area?
Yeah, his brother went up there on, they called it Niggertown, out there all west of Handypin up in there somewhere. That's a fur piece in those days, you know. And they went up there to collect some money that I guess they owed him. And they never did hear of him. Don't know what happened to him. They guess somebody killed him and took his horse and everything. Didn't have any law or anything to look after, you know.
That would have been during the, probably the Reconstruction period, you think? Probably that would have been during that time when there was so much turmoil. And so many of the Indians killed.
We had a letter last night, we read it last night, part of it, that Papa's, where he's at, a brother, Henry, Papa I don't think knew him either, went east to school, and...
that would have been John, wouldn't it?
Huh?
Wasn't it John?
No, John's one lived over here. This was Henry, I think.
I didn't remember.
And he never came back. I don't think they ever...
We laid this out.
I thought you put over here, honey.
This is an original letter. That's an original letter, or the story of his trip east to go to school.
Papa's good. But this is his brother.
William.
William is.
William.
Record of trip through the nation, and here's the letter itself.
It's been trying to see that the letter, and we couldn't tell heads from tails. It was see after, and this Sally Gray writes for the Arden Right. Why, took it home and ciphered it out. This was in Papa's desk. All this stuff.
It's really interesting.
1848.
You might read some of it out loud since these are going.
Most of this was their trip through Arkansas.
And coming back from the school up there, somewhere where they'd been sent to school. And so let me look at my little notes again, if I can remember something.
So if I keep house like that, I have everything where I can put my hand on it. I don't have to go to Lois get that. I thought I had a...
Yeah, see, he had not only the land he got in payment for various things, but he had his allotment and all of his children's allotment, plus what he bought.
Well, they could take up surplus lands too, and many did, over and above their allotment.
And she said that he had two, 50 acres and one team renters to do all the work of little houses sitting all around over this 70,000 acres. Called them nesters.
Sharecroppers.
Yeah, that's really what they were.
I thought I had that other piece that he had this
What you looking for? And I'll see if I can find it. What are you looking for?
with the other piece about the write-up, this piece that you had here of the write-up about me, the house and everything.
Oh, he had it here.
But
It's in my folder here.
That's
Right there.
he doesn't have that other one. This is by Sally Gray. I have one. Do you have it?
it was in the Davis
By
paper.
This girl in the Davis. It's the Davis News.
Yeah, I have it at home in my scrapbook. But you should have it somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was last night, but I never can find where it was.
How many kids do you have?
Huh?
How many kids do you have?
I just had one child, and he's dead.
How many grandkids do you have?
I just had this one boy in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to run out of children.
And he isn't married.
Huh?
He isn't married.
No, he's bachelor. He lives out there.
Mm-hmm.
And this place belongs to him when I die, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But he says he never intends to live here.
He doesn't.
He doesn't like it at all.
Hmm.
He
Why
doesn't.
not?
He doesn't have pleasant memories of it, and so he doesn't like it.
He lives in California?
Uh-huh.
Lois, this is what sits on the, well, I wrote on the back of that.
Well, now John's buried back there
Yeah.
somewhere.
On the property, and they have put up this was brought to me at that Folsom reunion by some people that had stopped there, and they took a picture of it. Mrs. Snow, that presently
These
owns
just
this,
old friends. I just
property,
I
had
mess
told
up
me
this
they were
room all I
going to.
want
Now,
to.
here's a
Yeah.
big one.
Where I live.
You can't believe that thing inside. It sat for 50 years, set, I guess, buildings do nothing.
Yes.
And they sat 50 years after the Civil War, and they didn't find it to destroy it. It was way where it is located, apparently. And with the furnishings and everything, not a window was broken. 50 years while it was tied up in town. Unbelievable.
This over here at
Where is
Madonna's.
this?
In Mississippi, also.
Ma'am?
I said, that's those two characters. Those are my dogs.
Yeah.
I had one dog that went to school. He had a postgraduate course.
Mm.
Got one diploma, then he got a postgraduate.
If we walk around with her, she might remember a lot of things.
Yeah.
I just like to cry my eyes out when I lost him.
If you can record it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we can. Cause this just unplugged and.
I don't know, we just didn't listen or anything. And I know when this man that wrote a lot, I can't think of his name, up there in Oklahoma City.
Thoburn,
Huh?
Joseph Thoburn.
No, I don't believe that's the name. I can't think. But I know he wrote and wanted to come down here and talk to Papa.
Oh, Grant Foreman.
Grant Coleman.
Well, see, your father was born in 49, and he didn't go off to school until 66, I believe. Isn't that right?
I think,
Yeah, so he was 17 years old.
when he went to college.
Right, so he would have had a lot of opportunity to see things, particularly during the Civil War there in Eagletown.
Yeah, I expect he knew.
Yeah.
I can remember Grandma telling about the Indians making raids, you know, and the soldiers or something, you know, and they kept water boiling all the time. I can just remember that. If they came, you know, they didn't have any guns because the soldiers took all the guns and things, and that's all the protection they had. They kept boiling water that they'd throw in if they came to bother them. I don't guess they ever bothered them or anything, but they kept that. That's about all I remember Grandma telling.
Well, there was a group of the Choctaw Home Guards that was there at Eagletown, and Peter Pitchlin was an officer in that, and they camped there near Eagletown. I found that in Mr. Byington's journal that he kept. Unfortunately, we don't have all of it. They're just for a few weeks there that he kept this.
Isn't it funny how do you keep a diary or anything?
No, I wish I had, though.
I'll write now. I started this year. And I wrote for, I don't know, about a month or two, you know, every night what we did, and how the weather was and everything. And then I got tired and I just put it aside.
Well, the Byingtons was very conscious of history. And they kept hundreds of letters that he wrote and that she wrote to him. And that's where I picked up my first interest in the Howes, because they would mention Dr. Howe and Mrs. Howe. And I've been very aware of how history conscious they were.
And I never heard Papa say that his father, I guess that's why he wanted to be a doctor, don't you reckon?
Yes, but apparently Calvin never practiced medicine after he came up to here.
No,
after he
but
left
you
New
married
Orleans.
him, he was.
Right.
But I never heard Papa say anything about that. I wasn't listening one.
Well, you know, Byington was not a trained physician.
He wasn't.
He learned it by doing mostly. He had quite a collection of old medical books, and I don't know what happened to those. Now his son came to Eagletown after his mother and father left and took away many of the things that they had left there. And I think he took many of those with him.
I was 16.
Would you like to see around the house?
We surely would.
Let's see if mine went off. Does mine
This,
go? Did that go off automatically?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, Papa's, this is when she's inducted to the Hall of Fame, you know, in Oklahoma.
Yes.
Oh,
And-
y'all set
and
that
that's
down. I
just
want to
his
get the picture.
invitation.
Y'all do it.
When he graduated in 72.
Picture, y'all.
And that was the invitation. He was Washington, when Taft was president, he was asked to a reception.
I'll take one of y'all with me.
He was in this fellow, you know, who he is at the Teapot Dome man. He gave him a ticket into the Senate.
Albert Fall.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
that thing right there, that he was at the organ at the Methodist church was dedicated to him. And this is what he was, built the church in Washington, D.C. Papa was quite active in things.
And that's Rhoda.
That's Rhoda.
I got my Rhoda out the car.
With red hair.
Yeah, you know, the one I did of Rhoda.
Uh-huh.
I got her out the car. By the way, I brought my, it's not finished yet, but I brought Scully Bill, my attempts at Scully Bill.
Oh, good.
For you to see.
Good.
I want y'all to sit down and I
know.
get him
She
to
takes
interview
some good
her.
ones too.
Huh?
I said, she said you like to take pictures. I brought you something here.
Oh, my certificate. I think I sent them $5 or $6 recently because I figured this was lost forever.
No, it wasn't lost. We had
Where'd you had made another one?
Yeah.
Brunetta Griffith, what is
Yeah, a lifetime membership
it? Historical Society, yeah.
in McCurtain County.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
That other one will turn up one of these days, but you're welcome to
I'll
go.
never, if it does, I'll never know it.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
Little story to that one.
And listen, Laura, Laura,
Huh?
why don't you sit back down here like y'all were, and then let me get a quick picture, and then we'll get up there. Let Lou sit over there. He'll put his arm around you.
Get our organ out of the way.
Yeah, I can get all of you, I think. Yeah, I can. Maybe you could scoot just a little closer.
Okay.
Get over here.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can get you all now. This looks good. Laura looks real pretty.
I'm glad she
You ought to be,
does.
listen, I wish it were me sitting between two handsome men.
Yeah, but she'll save this picture. You got two homely men here.
I'll take several so you fellas can have one if you want. You can always send them off and get more, but that's a hassle. I'll
That's
take
it.
4.
Say pillow slip.
Is that what you used to say?
That's what
Pillow
my
slip?
sister always said. Say pillow slip.
Instead of prunes.
Or cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can. I'll take this and I want to see something else. I got that 800 film. We're going to have to have a
Oh,
fun.
that's fast stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I told him. I occasionally know how to do it.
Tell you what,
Mr. Matt told me, get 800 film. I said, what are you talking about? He said, and I got the
It's when we all married and did our courting.
Mm-hmm.
oh, good. All you do is just point it. If you haven't got enough light, there's a little thing that'll pop up for a flash. Yeah. Amazing. This is the parlor.
Uh-huh, and this is the door where, you know, you came in from the,
Is it open?
I don't know.
Let me try.
yeah, I can see it open, but is that door open or you keep it closed all the time?
Well, yeah, it's open. Just,
Was there a button you pushed or something?
No, it's just the step.
Well, it's, I like for men to wait on me anyway. Oh, she's just got all kinds of,
When was this done?
this was made, what, about 4 years or so ago?
Oh,
4 or
about
5
4
years
years.
ago? Huh?
down at Giddens, that was my grandson made the appointment. You have to make an appointment, you know, ahead of time. And he was living in Dallas. He knew I had my hair fixed on Thursday, so he made the appointment that day. And that's how we went
Would you
on
say
down.
4 years ago maybe, or 5?
5, maybe
5.
5 or 6, maybe.
Excellent photograph.
Isn't
I
it though?
was 80 something, I think, in there.
Uh-huh.
This is where all the churches are.
This is her son. He died after the war. He was a pilot in the war, and then later on died. And he didn't have, he had that one son.
Yeah. What was the son's name?
Tom.
Everything in there. This is George
that
Wright's
You have to get the middle names just so you can keep them
glasses.
straight.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
George Wright's glasses.
George Wright's glasses.
Well,
Aren't they these little things you ever see?
that was Henrietta's father.
Huh?
That was Henrietta's father. Your,
And now his room, open that door and I'll show him, show you him.
Now his brother was my great Ashley was my great grandfather, and my grandmother.
Now
was
this is the place right here. That's his picture. And
Okay.
he founded
Oh,
Paris.
we kind of doubled
He
up.
founded
Paris,
Paris.
Texas, Davis Square.
And his
And-
name is
George Wright.
George
And
Wright.
This book,
George. And
The History of Lamar County,
Mhm.
was dedicated to him.
Right.
And that's his monument that they had down there.
And that's in Paris?
Paris, Texas. He was a legislator, and this little cup was, he did it, walked to a mile or or something, I don't know what it is, that, I heard Mama tell what it was, but I don't know what it was, but it was his.
This belonged to him also?
And I have a cane in yonder, I will show you when you go back. It's pewter, I want to have it to
Roger.
read silver, and Tom said not to, because
Oh,
that's
no,
pewter.
no.
It can't,
Is that a dog or a wolf on the handle?
look like a wolf or a
Yeah.
dog or something.
Uh-huh.
But,
How long,
one of her
where was he born?
sons,
I don't know. I guess it tells there.
Arabella was right.
Okay.
Yeah, she married Ashley Wright, and had my grandmother, Henrietta Wright. She married Ashley Wright. And you said you had some letters. I wish somebody could get a copy of those letters of Cyrus Vines and writing about burying.
It's all about
Arabella's-
Paris, I think.
Yeah.
You have a great
Book in there.
The only thing, he doesn't name them. He just says, Arabella lost her second child and things like that. Yeah, I can find you those.
Well, so you know, in that cemetery down there, there are some little foot markers with initials on them.
Yes.
And I figured those out by the initials, that they probably were,
Here's a little
Calvin,
Calvin
Howe,
is
Wright, and things like that.
1899. That's
Is that
Yeah.
Delia's? Delia was the pet.
The pet.
You'll have to tell about the Baldwins and what they gave to OU. They might like that.
Oh, yes.
It have a piece in there.
You have
I
a
think
cut
it's-
clipping of that?
Uh-huh.
This is George Wright. We didn't go out there,
No.
but here's an original here.
I wish you'd give me
This
that,
was
that
flavored
sweet
son.
little.
Flavored Son.
Oh, yes.
His oldest
That's
son.
nice.
And my
That's my mother's wedding ring, you know, a
Mhm.
watch and thing. It sticks, this stuff sticks to it.
Well, I'm a generation or two behind her, but it's all the same both ways.
Who's the photograph? Who's
We
the,
don't know who that is.
Stuart
Isn't that
Clever
funny?
Wright is
And this bell was picked up here on the place, out on the,
But they were.
some of the hired hand picked it up.
They gave all
Now see, we don't know who that is.
huh,
I have no idea. Real sweet frame, isn't it?
it is.
some of the things were furniture was gone, some of the other ones.
I have Papa's watch was a heavy gold, pocket watch they wore in the pocket,
Yeah.
a chain around this way.
Mhm.
And when he died, I gave it to my brother. He's the only boy left because my other brother died. And they don't even know where it is now. And he said when he bought it, his first cat that he shipped. That's my
Wait.
grandson gave me that. He likes Wedgwood, the stuff up there. First time he went to Europe, he'd been there about 5 times. He just sent me that.
Now his name is Thomas Howell.
Tom Howe, Youngblood, uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
His father's named Tom Howe Youngblood,
Yeah.
and he's a junior
And he lives in San Francisco.
in San Francisco, uh-huh.
Do you have his address and phone number?
Huh?
Do you have his address and phone number?
Who's that?
Your grandson.
Have his phone number?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's in there.
okay.
Uh-huh. He's a sweet fellow, but he's sweeter than any of them.
Yeah.
He was an alcoholic. That's what killed him.
And he was a pilot in the war?
His father. He started drinking before that. I can't lay it on the wall, but
Yeah.
they said they did. When they come back from missions, he had 23 missions dropping bombs, you know. And when they come back, they all had liquor for them to drink, you know, when they got in.
Yeah.
But he was before that. You can't, they never think they are, they won't. We try to get them to take treatment, you know, but they won't. They never think they are alcoholics.
Because I may be going to California soon. I'd like to stop by and see your grandson if I
Yeah,
could.
he'd be happy to see you.
Okay.
I'll give you his address
Okay.
and everything when
Good,
we go in the
good.
living room. I never can remember those things as big
Yeah.
as it is.
It's a beautiful room in here.
I'll turn out the lights.
Okay.
I graduated in 1910.
Oh, it looks like it's ivory and silk.
And this my mother made that, and a friend just sent me that. His mother made it. And Miss Walker, my sister, painted that. She gathered the violets here in the yard, and then went home and painted.
Have you written on the back what all these things are?
No, we haven't.
You need to do that.
Big Bull, Big Ben, or what his name is, painted that.
Oh, Woody Big Bow. Woody Big Bow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the doll your mother made. It's
They say she made us that, and she gave
Yeah.
it to me.
kind of, it's solid on the inside, on the center.
Well, the house and the
You pull this door in, I don't have to turn out the lights.
Okay. Oh, going this way. Let me close this.
I have read somewhere that
You want this closed?
Oh, listen, did he miss anything in here?
I don't know.
We were just, she was pointing out these things, what they are, and she hasn't written on the back what they are, and that should be done, really.
Turn on the light there if you
it
want to
surely
see.
should.
Yeah.
Because she said this fan was given to her when she graduated from Kid
I
Key.
think when I graduated in Kid Key,
Her mother made the doily on the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
should
all
be
All those,
documented. What about the dolly?
the
doily.
violets, the picture up there,
the doily.
Doily.
or the dolly, the little one Mama made and gave to me just before she died, and that other is this friend down in Mississippi. His mother made it, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he lost his mother about a year or two, and I'm kind of filling in his mother's place. He phoned me yesterday.
There's not
He
many.
tells her how much he loved me and everything, and
Well, there's not many people doing that kind of work
Ah.
these days.
No,
that's a nice picture of Pop here.
yeah, and this is you, this is Laura, and this is her pet. The pet.
Oh.
Tell her about how mad she got.
She made and tore her hair up, you know, and I was just sitting there looking so pretty.
She didn't want to have
want
her.
her picture taken.
She said she just got mad and tore up all the curls, and that's the reason it looks like it's just. And this is Laura in her younger years.
This is Papa.
Boy, she was a beauty, wasn't
Certainly.
That's a good picture, Papa.
Mm-hmm.
And her grandson had this made from done in
That's not a
Stylized
picture, it's a
drawing.
pen and ink sketch.
Yes.
They charge by the inch. I think
But
he
he did a
nearly
wonderful
broke
job.
him.
He certainly did.
He actually, because, you know, I changed it and
1882
put a concrete
1982
layer
when
around
he-
it.
when
And it's
he,
so much warmer and it's more substantial. I think he's been blown away with it. And he likes it like that, where the original. And that's why he had that made. He has things that he wants himself to give to me, you know.
That'd make a nice.
Oh
pet.
yeah, that's what he does. He gets
That's
that's what.
the bottle there. One of those statues, his one's mine when he bought them, you know. Then he got that thing gave to me for Christmas, the bowl, you know, that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
So then he has one like that, and he took it, he can take care of it.
He gives her things he wants. See, so he's gonna get them later on.
That's what he gives me what he wants. Because he knows he'll get it in the long run.
I bet there were a lot of famous people sat down at that table there.
Yeah.
Bill Murray was
They used to have the organ in here, the piano. And they had to build a fire here, so then they
Raphael Williams.
had their music
Bob
lessons.
Williams. What about Governor Haskell? Did he ever visit
No,
with you?
I never did know him.
But Bill Murray and Bob Williams.
Didn't he?
See the fireplace there, fireplace here.
Right.
This, over there back here is a patio that we added in another,
All of these are, you know, real old and all of them. And lots of it has been taken by other members of the family. And here's an interesting.
Radio? Oh, there's a camera.
Oh, yeah. Here we are. Oh, my, yeah.
we had this patio and we had my flowers there. And this is, we had this room. This is where, they call this Gladys's, Brunetta's room.
Yeah, that's my room. It has a bath back there.
It has a private bath and.
So this is your second home?
Yeah.
Had the television.
Yeah, she
and,
calls and says,
radio.
your room's waiting. When are you going down?
Yeah. Well, when did you add the patio?
Huh?
When did you add the patio?
Well, a few years, told him that I saw you couldn't get up the steps.
That's her husband.
One bedroom down. I had fixed my bedroom there and there. That was Papa's office when he built the house, and that is the back porch, my bathroom. See, I have my bedroom.
They may not have seen through that, but it joint, we'll go on in there, we'll point that out. I don't think they knew, they
So
didn't
he,
see.
but wanted the bedroom downstairs, so he built this bedroom, and our son from Florida was here. He lived in Miami. He said, why don't you build a patio while you're building all that? So he suggested they built the patio. And then we just had it iron grills around, you know, and open. And it wasn't any fun that way. You could flies, and it was cold in the winter time. And we had a greenhouse out in the front.
I'll show you the greenhouse.
It wasn't any fun to have a greenhouse and all the pretty flowers out there, you know.
Yeah.
So we just blasted in the next year. And
She's had her
we had lots of nice
bridge parties out there a lot.
Our Christmas is always out here. We have our Christmas supper out here, Christmas Eve. And that's the kitchen.
This was just a little back porch here originally, I guess.
Yeah, this was just outside when
I'll turn the light on in here. More pretty.
and I put
More pretty.
cowbells. These are cowbells. I've collected them over there. I'd have they're riding over the pasture, you know, and if you find the cowbell, bring it to me, and I'll give you a quarter, and they bring And this is big old bell here. I told them never to get rid of that. They always rang that to tell us that Vic was ready here to get up.
Talking about Tom, her grandson there. Her husband was Tom.
And I went off to college. I was so homesick the second time, you know, I would have said, and I could read in the morning, I could just hear that old bell ringing.
Well, you know, they don't use cowbells much anymore, but when I was growing up, we did, and that's the way you found your cow. You hear those bells.
You know, we had them back home when I was there.
Well, what do they use to find their cows?
Well, most of them, of course, are fenced in, but back in those days, it was open.
Open range. You knew your tune?
Well, you learned it, yes. And usually you'd have one old cow that was pretty dependable that you'd put the bell on with your herd.
And she can bring them all in.
And I remember he'd always say, the bell cow. He said,
The old bell cow.
Now this is an original.
that was in the dining room.
Joe?
We had lights, you know, when they built the house in 1890. We had a gas, acetylene gas. And then
when did
had it all piped, you know, into it.
Yeah.
And had a thing out there. So then, after that, they had Delco, and we had the wash house. They had those big batteries, just a hole all around the room.
Right. Were your batteries glass batteries?
I don't remember that, but there's a big old battery this high, all around the wall there.
You'd start up the little dynamo once in a while and charge those up.
Charge them up.
And a big black stove, you know.
Papa never could do anything, that Mama had to do it. I never saw Papa have a hammer or nail, or didn't know what anything like that. He was a doctor, you know. Only thing he'd go out and help it till the doctor's working in the garden, you know, Howe. He'd take a little look at his whole salvation and say, Doctor, you can't hold out like that. He's on that them the whole pasture, you know. I did. Doctor, you can't hold out holding like that, so he just hold a few minutes and go on.
Well, I bet you had a large garden, didn't you?
Had what?
Did you have a large garden?
Oh, yeah, they raised a lot of things. And candied and everything.
Candied, and where did they dry the fruit? Where did they dry? Did they dry it on the roof? My mother said in their home they dried it on the roof.
At peaches and things. I don't know what else they dried.
But I mean, where did they do it?
I don't know. I had a roof out there somewhere. We had it was just regular village here for a while. I've had so many houses taken down, you know.
And the storm blew some down.
Was there a road that went through here?
Huh?
Was there a road or a highway that went by the house?
Yes, a long time ago. It went right out in front.
Where did the road go?
It went on to Hennepin and Arbuckle.
And then went up to
Purcell? Where did it go north?
No, well, it came from Davis, and I don't know where it turned there.
This would have probably been that old road from Gibson to Arbuckle.
But it was right out here in front.
That Marcy.
And then they moved it up when they put the highway through up there, you know.
somebody mentioned this also.
They cut the pasture too. We had
Smith.
land across there on both sides.
Uh-huh.
We sold 30 acres to Duluth when they put that side. They wanted the right to go through to their plant down there. And that left 30 acres on the other side. Didn't have any water or any access to get to it.
Well, do you still have the land that was your original allotment?
Yeah.
No, my son Vince, I gave it to him, and he sold it to the most river.
Right.
But I have my
I
patent.
went to Fort Arbuckle and but I couldn't, she wouldn't let me talk to her. She refused it.
Now, this is where the big range
Well,
was,
it was right there,
the big
and the
wood.
old wood box, that doctor every time tells me, I filled that wood box right there, and I filled
No, I
it
talked to
every
Katie,
day.
but the lady that lives at Fort
That's a
Arbuckle.
big range right there.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing.
Probably a majestic.
There's a pantry that is locked, it's site now, because I don't keep house like they do.
Well, those cabinets have been added since,
Yeah, it just had
Do you know if the
shells.
cemetery at Fort Arbuckle was moved to Gibson?
And then there was a door there that went in down to the basement,
We were
and
trying
I
to find
closed
that
it
out.
up. And this is the door. There's the door, and we were there. It was just a whole little thing. You didn't have a place for cabinets at all.
Uh-huh.
So I sit in the beauty shop one day, and she was a little girl in the beauty shop had a baby shop,
maybe
sold
she-
baby
she
things
was not
to
doing
children.
well.
And she was going out of business, and she said she's selling it. I said, you selling that cabinet? That was pink, and these had two of those. And she said, yes. And I said, how much you want for them? She said, $10 a piece. And I had $20 in the mouth for them. I was afraid she'd change her mind. I put it right there and came home and sent the man after her.
Well, you know,
I missed that.
this kitchen was small considering what all took place in it.
Yeah.
I don't know how all the darkies got in here to cook. How did they do it?
I don't know.
Big range probably took
Yeah.
up a good
Yeah,
section.
it was bigger than that.
yeah.
Joe, this was the pantry where all the...
And that's where all the things was locked up in
They
there.
had a basement security keys too.
They carried things down the basement. And of course they had the stair, that door was right there, they went down the basement.
Uh-huh.
I had closed it up to put my, right behind that, and we just took the, not there here, on the inside here. Right here,
Behind this cabinet where it goes
right
down
in the
to
kitchen, they went down the basement. But
Oh, that's an outside.
that was back porch, and I made my bathroom, then I made a closet for that place.
Is your classroom still intact, or the...
No.
No.
The books, some of the books are up there.
Huh?
We'll go up there. Yeah, it's, as far as, some of the books are still there
Uh-huh.
and things.
No, we took everything down, the blackboards all off, and the table is gone, and then
That's
we,
shame.
Yeah.
we had the cutest houses, playhouses up there. Each one of those dorm renters, one was, this Norton was mine.
We'll go up there if
And
you
this
feel
one.
like it.
And we had dog furniture, great big dog furniture like that, the prettiest dogs and things. And you know that we didn't keep any of them. They just, the nesters had their own people on the place. And it was always given to people like that, they throw them away now.
Yeah, ordinarily they don't care, they,
But the always felt sorry for me. And there's not any time you can tell some of them are married and have babies and then we had them. But,
I bet you had some beautiful dolls.
oh, I had some of the prettiest dolls.
China dolls. Oh.
No Cabbage Patch doll.
I didn't want the Cabbage Patch doll.
Let's see, well, let's go you're going back that way, or shall we go out there?
Go to there.
Or you wanna go back to the dining room?
It doesn't make a difference, right to here.
But she has a dishwasher now.
Oh my.
I didn't have a dishwasher, well, I guess they did have a dishwasher.
Had to make a dishwasher.
Two-legged dishwasher.
Light on.
He said that's a toilet room, and they said had the half bath here, you know. And then it's in the house when they built it. Goes out
Where's
and
the,
takes it.
where's the hall light?
Huh?
Turn the hall light.
Right, the whole light, that right over there.
Somebody get another
On
tape.
that place.
This was,
And I made a bedroom out of that. And,
Well, it had an outside entrance too.
and they had the, yeah, I have a little organ back here. And then
That was the parlor, this was,
Oh, you can't hurt that.
I had what is it?
this was his office here.
Okay.
The radio organ. What do you call those organs?
Hammond?
Hammond. I had a Hammond, but I gave it to the little girl I was Dr. Tom Russell in Oklahoma City. His daughter's named for me, Laura Russell. And I didn't have, I'd given all my diamond rings away, and I didn't have a ring for her, so I gave her my organ.
She has a little bath right in there.
And this is her ring when I died.
This is gonna be mine.
Oh,
I told her to wear it long as she can.
You bet. We're gonna celebrate her 100th.
I told her she had a 7 more year contract, 7 more years with the Lord. At least 7 more years with the Lord.
Absolutely.
And will you fellows come to the celebration? I'll help her with it.
I want to be here.
I'll help her with 100 here, you with 100
Oh,
here,
yeah.
and these fellows are gonna come.
Right.
Do y'all wanna see this before we go to eat or after?
Well, if we have time, we could see it now, and,
Okay.
and because we'll need to head back right after
Okay.
lunch.
This piano still plays. I told her this piano still plays.
This is an old book that was Sarah Wright's botany book. It's real old.
That's
No, but it's
It's Mama's mother, I think.
Oldie's oldie.
Sarah Wingo,
With their window.
Abington, North Carolina, or
Uh-huh.
Warrenton, North Carolina.
Somebody had said, I want to send it back
Maybe
to
this is
Carolina,
it.
but
Well, those are real
I want to keep it.
flowers and things that have been mounted. You know, I bet you a botanist would have some a field day with that.
She kept a neat book, didn't she?
She surely did.
Oh.
See, this is
My grandmother.
1848.
Oh my goodness, you're Sarah
And
Wingo.
didn't you write pretty?
I didn't know you had
Had
this
this?
with Sarah Wingo.
Oh, this ought to be
That was
taken
my grandparents too.
care of. This is a
I said, somebody was here and said one day, I want to send this back to Carolina. They
No, you keep this in Oklahoma.
yes.
Uh-huh.
I was just telling her a botanist would really have a field day. Look how she's got those things fastened in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Sewed in with
sewed
thread.
up. What
Mhm.
about her? You never showed me this.
You know,
Oh.
isn't that sweet?
It surely is. She went to a lot of trouble to.
Uh-huh.
Most families would have thrown this away a long time ago.
They better not throw my things away.
Well,
They will, though. I was going through things the other day. I thought, well, we'll have fun reading some of these letters. I wish I'd kept every letter we ever got. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Oh, yes. That's one reason I appreciate the Byingtons so much, because they
You
kept
kept the letters.
everything.
Just all through that.
His children and his wife.
Anything you think
I like
of-
music boxes. This is music box, that's music box, that's music, and then yonder I've got a whole raft of music boxes.
I'll bet they've got a history
She
too.
gave me a,
Steinway.
you gave me a little pianos and music box. didn't
Yeah,
you? Little,
with the religious cards in it. She can play this piano. I don't know whether I can or not.
It wasn't
That
a
one won't
Oklahoma
work.
City, it was in Kansas
These won't
City.
work at all right here. Those two won't.
The soundboard must be, probably the strings are.
It probably needs to be restrung.
What is that photograph there, Joe?
I think that's some picture Papa was,
Oh, Guthrie and sister.
we didn't look at that picture.
Oh, no, we need to take them back there and
In
look
your
at that.
room, did you?
Thomas Pitchlin Howe. Let me see. I guess they're going first row.
Turn that light on, you can see. I think it's on there, down there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
On you down there.
It says Thomas Pitchlin Howe, number 4.
What is that?
It's the consistory in
That's not him
1902
there.
at Guthrie.
Uh-huh.
Where did it start back
I have all his, a whole bunch of books about this high.
You ask,
When
I don't
he
know if
paid
you can
his,
see well enough or not, but that
his,
I'd say
dues
is him
every
right
year.
there.
Uh-huh.
And
Fourth
what's
in the
that
back.
man name that's there, so, Swan, was
Let's
it,
see, there are 8, 1, 2, 3,
I
4,
know
5,
that
6,
he
7.
said
Yeah, there are 8.
$5 or
Okay, that's
something,
him. Up here.
I can see, yeah, he was really young there, wasn't he?
Mhm. This is him in the back row.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
1902. So he would have been 53 then.
Look, no telling what all this goodies are in there like you found in
I
that.
want to get me, and put that back over there. Elvira said, oh, put that upstairs. I said, no, that's a music cabinet. You have to have it where the piano is.
Mm-hmm.
I want a old-fashioned china closet to put my fans in. I have all kinds of fans.
Lots more than you see in
And
there.
I put if I could get one, I'd put it there and put my fans in.
You're talking about the hen fans.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I just,
I know a lady who has quite a collection of fans.
I've got that. In here there I have,
Oh
I
my
have
gosh,
so I have
I wonder what all the treasures we'd find in there. You fellas will have to come back.
I'd like to.
Oh, she'd welcome you anytime. She loves to have people come. Do you know she still cooks dinner for 20 people?
She does.
She went in, her father didn't allow him to go in the kitchen. There were ladies, you know.
Right.
And she would slip in the kitchen and one of the darkies would watch, and if Dr. Howe should be, and she learned things that they taught her, but they didn't tell him. And one of them would watch and make sure that she got out before he.
Yeah.
So she loves to cook.
They're getting hard to find.
I guess they are.
This back here, we missed this. This is an unusual
That
picture.
picture of the,
You might in here in my room.
Now, seeing those fans, they tell me that there's a story on how the ladies used to use those fans. You know, if you wanted to flirt,
Have you ever seen anything like that?
That's interesting. General Conference Methodist
Step
Episcopal
down,
Church.
Lois.
1898.
1898.
That's that picture we was talking about that I found in the attic of the
Have you
General
ever seen
Conference in
anything like
Baltimore.
that?
And we
Arranged
just
like that.
recently had another Baltimore, the conference in
Uh-huh.
Memphis last year.
In 1898.
Papa's picture right in there somewhere, 56 inch. The name is there and tells what number, but I don't know what
I
it
think
is.
I could recognize him, maybe.
But Bishop Key was the one we went to school with. I think that one of those. I think that's Bishop Key. One of those with long beard. I know he had a long white beard.
Well, you know, they had the general conference in Baltimore this year.
Yes, sir. That's what made me think about it. Is this?
Probably take a better look at it, or you could go by the numbers, but take
That
a
was
look
just up
and
in
find
Had
him.
been there, sir.
Okay, there's
don't
Indian
know
Mission
what-
Conference.
You
T.P. Howell.
do think it's so
154.
late in life, you know. When you're young, you don't care anything about things like that. It'd been Papa's heart good if we'd have put things out and we stuck them up in the attic, you know.
It would, Yeah, let's we can go upstairs.
All right.
You feel like going upstairs, Laura?
Well, I'll go a little way. I'll go to the attic with you.
Well, I can take them up the attic, but if you'll go to the second floor. You see there's back stairs.
Mm-hmm.
You see there's back stairs there. Where the darkies didn't come in.
We all came down these stairs when we were married. Came down here and Suzanne and that. And when Tamsy married here, they had she playing I think had the organ she was playing. And old Tamsy was sitting there so very she did you're supposed to go with the music down.
Yeah, this was one of her
She just came to her and
relatives in her 30s or something like that was married here.
Uh-huh.
Papa met us at the foot of the steps, you know.
And took you in, huh?
Marriage took place in the parlor there.
Uh-huh. They came sweeping down in all their glory. See, the front of the house is actually out here. And I was telling the front of the house, you said that roadway, you know, across the front, this is the front of the house. And she said her mother used to come out here and
When the storm came, it blew that.
sit out on this little balcony and fan. She's got dozens of these things. I think some of those have been given away.
This rug was bought at the World's Fair in 1904. Used to have it in the parlor when they bought it. Then when I had everything carpeted, well, I put it up here.
Well,
This is Papa and Mama's.
you bought this in St. Louis?
St. Louis in
This is bought
1904.
at the World's Fair?
We went to remember.
You remember which exhibit you bought it?
I wasn't with them when they bought
Okay.
this, Papa and, see, I went early with the governess and my older sister, and then Papa and the children, and
Well, those colors have certainly
Say
remained
good.
sharp, haven't they?
Yeah, and this probably needs to be pulled down right here.
Yes, it does. That sun will
Well, that's as far as it's
begin
gonna
to fade.
go.
It does.
these buildings are so high you can't hardly get to change, you know, to.
Go all the way down, uh-huh.
I'm working with a friend
They
that
don't
works
make them
with
that
the
long.
Missouri Historical Society. And they're gonna put up big lucite pylons at the World's Fair on the side of each exhibit. And they're gonna engrave the exhibit on the pylon to describe what it is. And they're planning a centennial in 2004, I guess.
They're beginning to plan
That
it
owl
out.
was
planning
killed
that.
at the barn.
Oh.
That was in your barn?
Huh?
That owl was in their barn?
First time Tommy and I came home after we married, well, he killed it out the barn and said don't have it stuffed, and it looks pretty dilapidated.
I like the woodwork in here, the
Mhm.
design of it.
We were
I think
all over
this-
the house like this, and I was crazy.
This
I
closet
said,
goes on
it was
both
such a
ways,
dark
see?
house.
Oh,
It's
okay.
hand
See, it
glued.
goes all the way through. Is this the room you said you'd give Skipper and his girlfriend that had adjoining doors?
This is a closet between Mama.
I know it.
Mama
But,
had to have
you remember
that door
Skipper?
open
Oh,
between
yeah.
He brought
houses.
his girlfriend up, he called her, and she said, well, tell me, Skipper, do you want one room or two upstairs? I'll have the doctor fix it. And she said, he stammered around, and she said, well, I'll give you the rooms with adjoining doors.
This is the girls' room, two girls. We had
You
two
can't
double-
shock.
Two double beds right here. This one we,
This is not the real,
and on
furniture's been gone.
Christmas
out of this
Eve,
one.
we the boys would get little scraps, and they'd come in here, and because they had, and Papa and Mama didn't know he was in here shooting firecrackers in the in the fireplace.
That's a good one of your
And this
mother's
was the
pop.
only bathroom in the house at that time, just that half bath downstairs. And that's Papa and Mama. That maid wants to, she likes to paint. She's gonna paint the wall. She wants to paint
The wall? Well, that might be.
Well, are those paintings or
I said, I'm not
photographs?
gonna do any more to the
I mean,
house.
photographs that have been tinted is what
I
it
stayed
is.
broke working on this house, and I'm not gonna.
You know how they used to tint the black and white long years ago?
Yeah. Those are excellent.
Those are beautiful. This wasn't like the bathtub that you had originally in here.
It's out in the other house.
Was that in that little house right over there? Oh, you must have it brought back in here, Laura.
Oh, no,
Shouldn't she?
I'd have to have it all done over there. I remember Santa Flush you use in the toilets. They put somebody, they would put in there and ate it all up. But you can have them, Al Vera had hers redone.
I bet it's got legs on it, hasn't it?
Huh?
Yeah, and they got.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
It has Todd's legs.
You know, this would be a good house to play hide and seek in.
Yeah.
I bet
I
you
expect
all
they
played.
We go around out in that hall and go
When
back
you
to
was
these
built,
others.
every room was full of kids, you know. Because that's Papa and Mama's room, and this was the girls' room. And this was our sister Daisy. Delia's already married before. This was her room. And then after she married right
Everyone have a
afterwards.
fireplace, everyone's having a fireplace.
And she married in 1902. And
Daisy did?
this is where I put all my stuff in. See old Sissy over there?
Yeah, that's her dog. She's got. This was, you said Hicks room, her, Hickman, you find that in,
Calvin Hickman.
uh-huh, well, that's her brother was named Hick,
See,
her half-brother.
every room. So it helps some.
And this is his original dresser that's here. Some of the furnishings have gone to other members of the family.
This was Hicks' room, my brother's, and this other room across here was,
This
you know what this is?
Yeah, tell them about that, where is the line?
You know what this is?
The line's there, but I don't know where to turn it.
Well, is that what you call a shipper-robe?
No, it's a folded bed.
Oh, no.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
a Murphy
we rolled
bed?
it around. That was in the parlor, and the old house made another room. You know, it didn't have many bedrooms.
Where do we turn this light on, Laura?
Huh?
Where do we turn this light on up here? Way up there?
I guess up there.
So you had to roll it out and then the bed folded out.
Maybe it's spread
behind.
out. I thought it turned on when that turned on. Yeah, right here, big old wheel right there.
Uh-huh.
And this the legs is pulled out, you know.
You want to pull it out if you want to and see how
No,
the bed folded down there.
Uh-huh.
That took care of everything. That would make a bedroom, you see.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
That would make an entire bedroom. Here's your mirror and your drawers, and here's for men's
Okay.
hats, and,
Put your shoes down below.
yeah. I think that was for the, what Mommy used to call the bedroom chamber.
Other brother's room.
Yeah, this one has really got,
This is where I have my old things now. And all the things. And this old Papa's bag. I said, I guess that's been to Washington City, I don't know how many times.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I would have just assumed that was his doctor's bag.
That's an old machine
Mm-hmm.
that you pedaled.
Uh-huh. I'm trying to see what domestic.
Huh?
It says domestic.
Domestic, uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
You see my new thing over there?
oh,
That was Clara's fan they gave me.
Oh, after she died?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It's all be on light background that you can't see that. She said her Aunt Matt, somebody brought it to her from Japan.
This is her cedar chest. Before you get this before you're married, didn't you? Is this yours?
No, it's Vivian's.
Oh, well, there's another one. Yours is upstairs.
Mine's a little one upstairs.
Well, yeah.
Vivian always got what she wanted, you know.
She was a pet.
She got the big one, I got the little one. This old table, it was out in the back porch, and they had lard sitting on it all messed up.
Oh, my goodness.
That's just grieve you.
And this is an early toy there.
Oh, here's a little
On the bank.
bank.
Yeah, that's my child's bank.
This is pretty. I don't know whether that's old.
That's an old lamp. We bought it. It's not old.
Is this your diploma?
Uh-huh.
Now, is that same as Kid Key College?
North Texas Female College.
Uh-huh.
At
They
Sherman.
talked to me, and they changed it to Kid Key. And then when it went out of business, why, where is Southern Methodist? Southern Methodist. Old
that's in
Southern
Dallas,
City,
yeah.
So I'd have something to show that I
Yeah.
went to school.
This quilt is real old.
It's way over 100 years old, isn't it?
That's what you told me.
Uh-huh. I tried to have it clean, but they wouldn't touch it. They said it's some kind of Coleman, isn't it? It has a name on it.
Oh, yeah, it had a name embroidered on the edge of it. Now, who did it?
Well, there's some fine work there.
Isn't it though?
I can't see enough to.
Wasn't it
Coleman is George Wright's one of his
Yeah,
wives.
Sarah J.
Coleman, is it?
No, it's H-E-B. Looks like. E-N-E. No, M-E.
M-E.
B-E-N-E. Sarah J. Medine.
I don't know.
Maybe that was Mac.
Could be. Although this looks like an E and that's.
Yeah, that's
No, this must be way over 100 years old. But I guess it just fall to pieces. They said they wouldn't.
Yeah, they didn't want to take
Try to
responsibility.
launder it, I'm sure.
There's been a
We had so many
lost them back.
magazines and books up in the attic. They were just stacked up like this high all the way around.
No.
Never
didn't.
threw
I
one
thought it was
away.
original mattress.
And so one time we just had the nigger had a big truck tobacco. He made a shoot, and I wrote to Oklahoma City, tried to see if I could give them to somebody that wanted them, paper and things, you know. Didn't anybody want them, so we just hauled them all. You couldn't just keep on keeping it, just
No,
to fill
I
in the
know.
attic. I was afraid the boiler would break in.
TV Guide, 1956.
We have some old up in the attic. I saved some of the real old ones. What I
See what it is in the
and this antlers up here. Papa said he killed that the first when he first came back
It's
from
got
out right out here in
He
front
got
of
hurt, didn't he?
1874, Washita Indian
I
Territory.
kind of guessed it today.
What did he? She just failed things, you know, and try to.
Well, this is quite an elaborate
Yeah.
dress, and most of them just had a solid.
Are you interested in those
Yeah,
things?
when
Oh,
they
yes,
front
ma'am.
bedroom, it only was sort of pinkish stuff.
Lots of people not, young folks not.
Now, this was a set.
This belongs to that bed, that's and this table. And I guess that was it.
Did this room have a stove in it?
Huh? They had a flue here, had a stove,
Yeah, I can see where it's.
Stove out in the storage room now. Had to build a fire, we had a stove in there and one up in the other front room. The other
I would like for you to show them your mother's black lace dress.
Uh-huh.
He was looking at something then.
Oh, Tom was buried in Arlington then.
Her son.
Uh-huh.
United Confederate Veterans, that's the son of the Confederate veteran. enough they take such a tall ladder to read it, wouldn't it?
Well, if you have a step ladder, one of
Our
the
step
tall, one of
ladder's
the,
about just about this high, I don't think.
I know, but if a man stood on it, he could put.
I don't have any man around tall enough to.
Well, I'm here.
He's is old and.
Yeah, he's here, he says. Oh, if you have time, or we think you do, I would like for her to show you her mother's dress. Isn't it in here, Laura?
What?
Your mother's dress?
Her dress?
The black lace dress?
I think it's in here.
I'll find it for you if
I
you.
don't know which is.
Notice that woodwork.
Yeah.
I noticed that burl. Is that bird's eye maple?
I imagine that's pine. I'm just guessing, but
Well, it's a veneer on it.
yeah, so it might be maple.
This is what I'm thinking about, if it's the rock.
It's about to come to pieces too.
How old would it be?
Well, Mama died in 1912. Used to have parties, and I had a friend that used to model in it. But you can't use it anymore. It's about 12 pieces.
Too fragile.
Uh-huh.
But it's remarkably well preserved.
Uh-huh.
Well, she's taking good care of it.
Isn't it out at Forts?
Oh.
It's hung there.
Think of all the work that went into that, though.
That's what their seamstress did, I guess. And here's the petticoat. Let's see how big this petticoat is.
And there's a steel bead a bag that they hung onto the belt. I
Yeah.
think
Put her
that's it.
keys in that bag.
Well, that
Look at
probably
all
dates
these
from
roses.
around the turn of the century.
Uh-huh.
When did they have hobble skirts? This would be before the hobble
Oh,
skirts.
that was about in
Oh.
19 and
Yeah, that was
10 or 11
the
or somewhere along
teens.
there. Uh-huh.
This is the late 1800s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
When did she die?
1912.
1912.
We graduated in 1910.
I've got some of Mama's things that were, she was married in 1905. I've got her wedding dress, and nobody could have wear it but my daughter. But it's got these soil spots on it. I don't think it was soil, but you know how they,
Yeah.
it was made out of what she called botany. Do you know what that was?
Huh?
Botany.
I don't know.
It was white at one time. It looks yellow, you know.
My niece married, we were always bigger than Mama was when we married, so we didn't marry. She always saved it for us to marry in, but Mary Love married, didn't we?
She still got it?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
There are all kinds of things. Hats galore and everything in there, fellas. Old. Lee, why don't you sit down and let me take them up there?
Uh-huh,
Why don't you go
I'll
down
sit.
here and sit on this
Uh-huh.
couch or something? This looks like an oldie clock here. She's got a collection of clocks.
Pull that cord, it's going off, is it? Or pull that cord.
Yeah, it goes off the light, I think. Yeah.
The shortest one is the light, and I think it's going to stop in there.
So I think it's just posting now.
There's a mouse.
I'm not over here enough to know how to work them. They say these little cap pistols out Mrs. U.S. Russell, because he keeps saying about Russell. And said like she couldn't give me anything nice, and I couldn't call my good friend. I don't want to please. I don't have that wrong up and they say these cap pistols, because they don't have any more.
I haven't seen them in a long time.
You sit down there now. All right, come up there. You rest a little bit. We're gonna go eat. We want you to.
Looks pretty tacky up there.
schoolroom. Looks like the wasps have taken over.
Lost the dirt daubers.
But she said each one of the little girls had a playhouse there, and there,
Oh,
and there, and over there, see.
Uh-huh.
And lived in Japan. She didn't like play dolls too much, but she harassed them, I think. But did you know you just, and those trunks are just filled with.
Side saddle.
That's Laura's side saddle. She said, and here's her little chest that she's talking about. She got the little one.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm going to get up enough nerve to ask her for that. There's stuff in papers in these trunks. And this,
You could spend weeks going through this.
oh, yeah, here's school books. And every one of them says property of a library of Dr. Thomas D. Howe. At least all the ones I looked at there.
And she said they hauled a lot of it away.
Yes. Isn't that disgraceful? I'm telling you what, from those boxes.
That's probably her son's teddy bear.
Yeah. Where's that one, St. Louis?
Practical arithmetic. Inductive series. Let's see what year is it? 1878. Copyright 1878.
Right.
Well, here's a desk.
Yeah, and back in here, in this attic, are old furnishings that have been, that, you know, all they need to be is restored. And just makes,
Oh, it's a treasure trove.
yeah, all of these are, here's Webster's International Dictionary. I want, all these are real big books here.
Of course, stored under these conditions, they're going to deteriorate.
And under this heat, yeah, probably already have. Well, now look at this washstand, or dresser, or whatever it's been. See how all that's called, that all has to be restored.
There's a hall tree in there.
Yeah, there's a hall tree, and
This is quite a table in this thing, too.
and look at these baskets, look at here.
Off camera. Well,
And what do you suppose we do find if you went through all
U.S. Air Force.
Huh?
U.S. Air Force.
Oh, yeah, that was her son's, that, you know what that is?
Got the
That's
flag
what
was
they
on
buried.
Arlington.
Uh-huh. Doesn't need to be here, it needs to be downstairs.
That's right. It should have
She was fixing up that room for him. I'm gonna tell her that where it is, she might have not known anymore. Let's see if we no telling what you could find that would be real unique. Would be the reason. Be real.
Harlow's Weekly that has that article on her father, an Indian, a leader for half a century.
Good.
That,
Thank you.
Do you have one there?
I've got one.
I thought you had one.
Well,
I think he had, they sent about 25 or 30, I was just giving them away.
Well, I sure
I
appreciate
just happened to
that.
see them down there, and I thought maybe y'all would like to have one.
Laura, they say you have a treasure in those books up there, but they're gonna ruin if they're left in the heat.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Between the heat and the mice.
nice.
Mhm.
Oh, we have time with mice in this old house, you know.
Mhm.
You think we can have them all, and then the first thing you know, they're back again.
Why don't you let a kitty cat up there?
Oh, I wouldn't bother.
She's got some poison out. for the-
I keep
the
that
mice.
decom trying to
Right.
speak out all the time.
You see, I don't tell how old books like this are either.
Lincoln Chronicles up there too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Chronicles right there. Let's see what this is.
Congressional record.
Old books,
Congressional record.
1930.
in the, lock bag.
And like I said, he gave away that mid-1800 medical library.
To OU?
I don't know, I forgot.
That place is in over the church is cabinet, you know. They say they burned 3 hours, 2 hours.
I can just see she said her mother would come out here and sit and fan and
So
stuff.
we try to keep things
I can
back
just
there.
see her in
Mm-hmm.
a long fancy dress.
Right.
You know, the family Bible, there may be some other member of the family.
Yeah.
See, some of that furniture upstairs is not old. It had been taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're all dead, but her.
Mm-hmm.
She's the last.
Grandma, I don't know.
She's the last of Dr. Howe's children, and she's the last
Uh-huh.
of the grandchildren of Grandmother
Yeah.
Howe.
Huh.
Grandmother Rhoda Howe. So it's kind of imperative, you know, to get all the information you
Oh,
can.
yeah. Like a poker chair.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. We have one in the Oklahoma mansion, and what you do, the guy would sit on it this way and put their elbows here, play poker.
Really? What about that? Even with it might even be possible to get some of the original furniture from the family to replace.
When did you move into this house?
This last time, I took care of about 16 years. My child was about 14 years old, 13 or 14. And Papa and Hick was living out here by themselves, my bachelor brother. And he came
We
with,
need
he
to
asked
turn that
every
on.
morning. My
It's on.
brother lived over in this brick house, and they had to
You
put
haven't
children
recorded me,
in. They
have you?
didn't want it. And
Yeah, the whole
Miss Hale
time.
lived in Ardmore, her children going to school there, and she wouldn't come
Did I
here.
say that? I said
And my sister in California, and we'd taken time about, she'd come every 6 months and stay 6 months if I believe her husband.
that was Vivian, the
And
pet.
Vivian. And then she said she just couldn't do it any longer. It's just breaking up her life, her husband and everything. So he asked me, came over and asked me would I come and move there, and said I'll pay all expenses and keep you a cook if you'll move in with me. Oh, I was just having such a good time then. We were just partying and having luncheons and everything, you know, playing bridge. And so I said, well, I'll have to talk to Tom. I couldn't give you an answer. So I talked to him that night. We said, oh, wasn't anything else to do. You just had to come take care of him, his old man, you know. So we broke up our house. It broke up our whole family, our boy and everything, because...
Well, that would have probably been in the 30s then, but
because he had to have a car to go to town, you know, to go to school. And it wasn't
I was gonna
good at all.
show see this little picture.
So I was here 16 years.
That's what I did. I did this portrait of
you
her off
died
of
in
this.
43.
Look at it,
That
this.
Okay.
would have
Yeah.
been 27
Yeah.
then.
No, when I came out here.
Uh-huh.
So I was here a good long while.
So you've
And
been
then,
living in the house this last time for
This was I took that when she was 90, and it turned out real well.
7 years.
It is.
Most of your life.
Yeah.
She liked it so well. She sent them to all her friends and everything. Yeah.
Oh, it's cold in here to me. I'm gonna turn
Cool.
this down.
I like the old lady,
Well, have you heard that supposedly John's body was moved out here later on?
Yes, they said down there that they found the grave temple. And the temple was on occasion after she and her picture slaves and those couple of sons that went back every 6 months. And then they assumed that she must have moved his body to the boat, you know. But they were not sure. But in there, in Oklahoma City, in the archive there, footnote, I found where it said they were buried, and she didn't put them back, they were buried in not before the area.
That doesn't quite fit with me. Now, she lived down near where Tom is now, about a mile west of there, according to all the information I can gather. And some of the Harrises buried in that little cemetery there right near where she lived. And I just wondered if maybe she didn't bury him there. Of course, you know, she's buried over in the Darwin Cemetery. there too. I suspect she was living with the Garlands when she died. Yeah. Well, ask Ruby about it. She knows that story. Mentioned her to me. Fortunate to be able to have this program, and we just got it started in-house 2 years ago. Cleta Bethridge is the one who helped us get it going. Yes, and she's very interested in history too. A good one, yes. That was what triggered Mr. Barker. He took about an hour of their time to rebut that. Well, I think it's wrong to condemn the whole legislature because you've got two or three that are questionable character.
Well, if you put it the other way, there were a few that were upright, sincere. They didn't put that in. Of course, you had to get too far.
It's easy to get disenchanted with politics. Joe and I were talking about this on the way down today. You know, we have 24 museums and sites around the state. Every one of them is in somebody's district. So you've got to keep that in mind, whatever you decide to do. Yes.
Oh, that's a beautiful place, too. No, but I mean, I just see the outside is well kept.
Well, they have one in Honeywood, too. Did you used to go to that hotel? Were there any social affairs at that old hotel in Honeywood?
You know Mike Wilson?
No.
He was president of the Honeywood Historical Society. And I went up there a couple of times when they were first opening that the hotel, I guess, where it is.
Yeah.
I forgot, you haven't got that partner on anything I was saying.
But we're saving more and more of the older.
Was Mr. Grant related to President Grant?
No, I don't think so. I don't know yet. I've heard them say they kind of figured it out. They might come in together.
Well, according to this as I've read, President Grant, before he became noted, he was not, the reputation wasn't too sharp. He was kind of the last resort for President Lincoln to.
Well, you know, he was more or less eased out of the army before the war.
Wasn't really fit to be in there.
Well, like a lot of us, he was a pretty good wartime soldier, but not very good peacetime. I can remember those.
What you mean what you mean when you got grown? Did you have a lot of parties?
Well, play parties.
Play parties,
That's what we call them.
What is a play party?
Oh, you play all kinds of games, drop the handkerchief.
Drop the handkerchief and things like that.
Yeah.
I've been to that, but I don't think we ever had one over here.
Those were in the days before television, when you had to entertain yourself.
I wasn't big enough to know, but apart when I governess was there, and my sister was 15 years older than I was. And they had parties like that. I don't know what they did.
That's while your mother was still living. Go back and get you some of that roast beef. It's good.
Oh, I got just a little bit of it. No, I have to start slow down my eating. I start summer camp this weekend. A 4-mile run I have to make.
Summer camp.
National Guard summer camp.
We want to take dessert. I'm going to have pie and coffee when I get home.
That would do me in.
Huh?
That'll do me in.
No, we'll have to desert it over.
Separate, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Give me one, or you mean two, rather. Give me two. Go ahead and do that.
I made an apple pie yesterday, and I have ice cream and fresh strawberries too.
Oh,
You can have your choice.
That's
Or both.
what they want.
She's a good cook. By the time you get through seeing the cemetery, you'll be ready for a little refreshment for you.
well, that's
Depart.
true. I sure want to see the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but
Laura's got a place over there. That's where she's going to be buried. She said.
So that's where your father's buried.
and Rhoda too.
Rhoda.
His grandma's will, I think. She left her lots of everything to the kids, you know.
Better than 20.
And that they were supposed to bury her. But Papa wouldn't let her. He wanted to. And he put the monument up too. It was his mother.
Was he the last living one?
No. Well, I guess he was too. Because Hal died at the house. John had already died. I guess he was the last one. I never did know anybody. Hal would live down the Choctaw Nation, you know. And we were visiting the Todd was at Madeira. This is in 1910, I think. They went skidding, we did 2 weeks over there visiting that. And Papa came back, I guess he must have, I don't know how we got the message, but we went down to Tollwood and went down and met the train. He was coming through. He'd been out down to Eagletown and that, what's the name of the cow, and taking him home. And I knew my papa got off the train and told said his cow was in the room there and sick in the train. And he spoke to him and took him on home. We stayed on and visited, and they never did let us know. Mama said we didn't know him, and we were having a good time down there. Wasn't just bothering us. But I never did see Uncle Cal.
Seems to me.
He died in that north room up there where I have the old furniture things.
Well, now, is he buried here, Calvin?
In the
I'm
cemetery?
sure he is. Couldn't bury me nowhere else.
But he lived there in near Eagletown for a long time.
A long time. Papa went down there and brought him up.
Well,
he died there
I
at
never
home.
knew that.
So I'm sure he must be buried there because
He was named for his father.
In the last letter that was ever received from Arabella Howe, which was kept all through these years, and I made a copy of it. They are mentioned, Cal and Ed, and one had sold another one a gin, but I don't know which way it was. Now I'd have to look at the letter. And she mentions how the
they're the
hardship.
one that went off and didn't come back. And
Arabella, yeah.
Ed, I thought you said Ed.
Well, it was Ed and Cal that she mentioned in this letter. And I think there's a copy of that letter in I know which book you have is a copy of that letter you might find interesting. But she never did
I want to go back and see what Ross says sometime.
Yeah, that might be interesting for them to know about him.
Ross lived with him more than anybody you know.
Ross is one, now, tell them who Ross is.
Ross had married one of the Butterly girls, the twins. And he's still living in the nursing home. Named David.
Real sharp, she says.
No, his mind's still living.
What's his name?
I don't know, he's getting way up yonder, 90-something, lots older than I am.
You're only 93.
Age, isn't it? Huh?
You're only 93.
Just 93.
He was married to, I'll try to explain who the Butterly twins are.
Yeah.
Maybe you are aware.
Miss Butterly's Papa's sister.
Oh.
And Miss Grant was Papa's sister. Miss Wolf was Papa's sister.
And the
Well, I
son,
didn't realize that there were that many of the children that came out here with Rhoda.
well, I think there were, many of them were born after she was here. I think she was, my grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, Arabella Howe, was,
Oh, right. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, I understand.
but these were the younger daughters that she's talking about, and one married to Ross Smith, and, one of the twins. The twins belonged to
His twins were Papa's nieces.
Butterly. They married Mr. Butterly.
His
and
brother,
my mama,
his sister's children.
she always talked about those twins. She couldn't tell them apart.
As I said, I just didn't remember there being that many of the Howe children who came out here with them.
You mean after Davis?
Yeah.
Well, now Arabella was out here because when she went back down in there, never did
I
return.
knew she came out.
Did you ever find out why?
No. In some of the Byington letters, one of the Byington boys talks about, I believe it was John and one of the other boys were planning to go to California in the gold rush of '49. Now, I don't know
That's
whether...
year Papa's born.
Right.
Because he always said, I'm a 49er.
Yeah. Well, the two of the boys they were making plans to go to California for the gold
Did they
rush.
ever make it?
I don't know. That's the only
I
record.
don't know, but I know John Howe went to Mexico, old Mexico, and he brought back several parrots. I know the Butlers had a parrot, and a different one in the family, but we didn't get one, but I guess because it didn't want one, I don't know. But I know we have a silver dollar, a Mexican dollar, that cousin John brought back from Mexico.
Yeah, one more thing, please.
You finished over there? No, you're not finished.
Anyway, these Butterly twins were Grandma Howe's grandchildren.
And she lived with them after her house.
After her house burned, she lived with them a lot, and then in her will, I've got a copy of her will, she left everything to these twins, whatever she had. Land, I suppose it would be. She didn't have the house anymore.
What daughter was that now? What was
It
her
was
name?
Fanny.
Fanny.
And so this Ross Smith married one of those twins. And this particular twin, as I understand it, kept a lot of family records. And he's knowledgeable about a lot of things that others don't know. Now that's my understanding.
He was the one who told me that they didn't come on the Trail of Tears.
Right.
And I think Paul Ross knew because he lived in the family and married one of the girls, and Grandma always lived with them.
Well, that's right. 'Cause
So I believe Ross knows more than I do.
see, the Harrises and the Pitchlins and the Garlands, I see the Howells, the Garlands and the Harrises came later in '36.
You know.
And Peter Pitchlin supposedly was requested by them to locate farms or places where they could settle.
Mm-hmm.
He originally settled up on the Arkansas, and he got flooded out in '34, and that's when he moved down to Eagletown. And then 2 years later, Dr. Howe came, and about the same time, the two Harris brothers with Liza and Elizabeth, who were two of Peter's sisters, they were married to, and then Samuel Garland.
Two married Garland. One of the Harris girl,
One of the Pitchlin girl,
Mary.
married Samuel Garland, right?
Mary Pitchlin.
I remember Garland's coming to see Papa. I think there was a Dr. Garland down at Ardmore one time. After I went to live with Papa, seemed like to me, they came by to see Papa. He must have been a grandson or something.
There's a lady in Oklahoma City who's a descendant of the Garlands, out of Davy Crockett Garland, was a son of Samuel. And let's see, Davy Crockett Garland would have been her grandfather, which was a great-granddaughter.
You still eating? You talking, been talking about it.
About true. Anyway, he's in a rest home and still pretty sharp, so.
Ross Smith.
Ross Smith.
Which rest home is he in? Is it just one in
Davis?
Huh?
Is he in the Davis?
Yeah.
Davis rest home?
I think his mind alert last time I talked to him. I haven't seen him there in a long time.
Maybe while I'm gone, like, I can get
He had
Jiggy
a
down
stroke
again
and he's in a wheelchair.
because I'd hate to lose that one.
Going away to the National Guard, huh?
Yeah, I'll be gone for 2 weeks. And 2 weeks can mean a lot for you.
Yeah, when you're doing this kind of work.
There's 2 or 3 interviews I put off one day,
Uh-huh.
and one day makes a difference.
And probably the more you do this, the more you're going to find that out.
I just off reading the newspapers.
You don't want to know.
Are you with the Heritage, the
Historical Society?
Historical?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
said Heritage.
Been there a long time.
I worked there 70 through
Heritage
76,
Association.
and then I moved to Texas for 4 years.
How foolish.
I'm an Okie again, though.
For sure. Were you born in Oklahoma?
Bartlesville.
And you're here with the Historical Society?
I spent 27 years in the Air Force.
You did?
Retired and taught school a while and got
Wind
into
up
history.
retired there, wasn't you? Just being, you enjoy this, don't you?
Very much.
I just have 5 years left to have my 20 years in.
At the Historical Society?
No, with the military,
Where
3
was
years
you?
active and the rest National Guard.
Where were you during the war?
In Italy.
All the time?
Well, that's when I went overseas, yes. I started out down Fort Hood, Texas, in July and August for my basic training.
Did you go to Alabama for the basic training? Because that's airport.
No, I was in the infantry
Pilots.
at that time. I was in the infantry at that time. That's where I got my basic.
Which unit were you in at Fort Hood?
I think that's where Tom took his training.
Which unit was at Fort Hood then?
Well, this was an infantry replacement training center at that time.
Well, the Air Force was just connected with the Army at that time,
That's
wasn't it?
right.
It was?
But see, when I went into the infantry. I didn't switch to the Air Force until after the war.
When they made it
Well, now
Well, I switched before, and then we became a separate service in 48. So really, I had about 25 years with the Air Force and 2 years in Army.
Where were you located in Italy? What parts?
Well, I went in at Pisa just before the Gothic line, and then stayed till the end of the war.
Were you in a repo depot?
Pardon?
Was it a... Daddy was in a repo depot, he said.
Raffle Depot.
Yeah, that's not a repo. I'm thinking of that commercial I heard.
I passed through one on the way to the 34th Infantry Division. And
Because
this
he
was
was-
near Florence.
That's where Daddy was.
Was it? Well, I probably saw him there then.
He went up and saw the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And he said, first time he saw that, he said, "What in the world?"
It'll never stand. They say it's still leaning at a rate of about an inch and a half a year.
Sometimes, surely, gravity will... Well, you know, I told you that my older son, he'd always write these little short letters of sorts. Well, I got this one, and all it said was, "Dear Mom, when you've seen one leaning tower, you've seen them all. Love, Bernard."
What city's the Leaning Tower? And we didn't go
Pisa.
there. Pisa. We didn't go there.
That's where I landed in Italy on a rainy day, and we were in a C-47, and the two planes collided on the runway.
Sure enough.
Just about the time we landed.
Oh, but you saw, well, what happened? They
Well,
just destroy each other?
Yes, literally.
And the people in them?
They were fighter planes, and one of them, the engine tore loose of it, just went skidding down through the field there. That was my introduction to Italy.
Ooh,
When he is in there,
that's her son she's talking about. There's so many Toms you can't...
moved and he got out, or he's on the plane, and he got out to see if his luggage was on, you know, and he started up and he blew him into the concrete wall and broke both arms at the same time. And there's when your child had broken it twice. So he said his arm there broke it several times.
Well, I first went to France, and this was just before the Battle of the Bulge, and they put 100 of us on planes and flew us to Italy, and because they needed replacements down there.
Have you ever been back over since
I've been to Europe, but never back to where
you
I
were? I was
served.
wondering if
No.
you would like to.
I'd like to go.
I don't guess you'd recognize it hardly. It's been cleaned up so...
Doubtful if I would. Now, a lot of Florence, I think I'd remember. But the front line area, no, I don't think I would.
When we were in Florence, you know, they just had that flood that summer before, they out in front, you know, there's a sidewalk stores or something just all along there. And they had things that on sale, said from the flood.
My father decided he wants to go back next summer. He went through Italy, France, and Germany, and he wants me to go with him.
Oh, that'd be neat. You planning to do that?
Well, I'm going to Germany next summer with Reforger, with the National Guard.
Oh,
And so we may work something out.
My son is in the Air Force. He really likes Germany.
Is he still in Florida?
He was at the Readiness Center in Tampa, and I was down there in February. And I don't know if all that's underground or what, but I don't understand it all. And he was really close-mouthed.
He's been thoroughly indoctrinated.
Yeah, you can't. Our conversations. Now, he'll tell you a lot of the places he's been and what he's seen. But if you ask him about his work, he just, you might as well talk to the wall.
Well, I wish there were more like that. That was part of my business in the Air Force, is to investigate security violations.
Oh, really? Well, when they chose him to do this, they chose the right person. I mean, he's that way from babyhood. He was an old man when he was born, behavior-wise. You know, the neighbors used to, this is hard to believe, but the neighbors used to come over and say, could I keep Bernard a little while? And this was from like 6 months on. And they would take him to grocery stores and everything. Of course, he just stood there, and it never caused any trouble. You could sit him over here and give him some blocks or whatever. He'd sit there till you came and got him. So it's still that way, I guess. And I said, son, what do you do in this readiness command? And he said, oh, my phone has 200.
You mean you got more money?
Well, did they play every night up here, or did they just come up for special occasions?
They played in the summertime every night.
Uh-huh. That was at the hotel, the Artesian.
See, they had a swimming pool there.
Uh-huh.
And swim in the daytime and dance at night.
If they had any parties at home, they came over here and had parties. South Park.
Yeah.
They came over here and had parties.
Yeah. Knows how to get back, don't you?
Men are supposed to be able to find their way around, not every way.
Now, when you all started coming here, you came in the buggy, and uh-huh. I guess it was an all-day trip almost, wasn't it?
I guess they had wagon yard or something. I don't know.
Probably had a livery barn.
And after that, we got so, probably after Mama died, I think Mama took a little bit and stayed on the weekend.
Uh-huh.
Sleep in yard, we enjoyed being on holiday. We enjoyed the place we did.
Uh-huh.
Where's the Howe Cemetery?
It's we'll
Across the highway.
We'll pass it when we go. It's on our way back to Laura.
That's the one right by the highway. Okay.
In that little diamond shaped place, they built the highway around it so they wouldn't have to disturb it. Well, you know, a sad thing last week before last, I went to Dallas, and my friend, his husband, had promised to take me over to the Cedar Hill Cemetery. just, vandals had been in there, they had just crushed these, must have taken something like a sledgehammer, because there were just rows with nothing but the bases in the ground, and the other part just not even there at all, or else if it wasn't just a little, you couldn't at all make out who it had been. And there were quite a few new ones in there, and I thought, well, they're still very in here. But then when I looked at the dates, they were died in 1847 and like that. And the thing was, families had replaced, and they had put them on a very heavy base and embedded them. They were slanted. That was the new ones were like this.
Yeah.
There must have been 20 new ones that were made that way, and the other. And very few of the old ones were standing. I couldn't find out anything. I had my camera all ready, I was going to take a picture of him because he was one of my interesting relatives, I thought. Some of those Bernards did, just what you find out who begat whom, that's not so interesting. But, so I was particularly disappointed. But at the end of this cemetery, sort of, wooded area, there had been fires, and we went over to another old cemetery that was recommended to us too, which had a caretaker all the time. This apparently did, but I suppose they'd have to keep the police out there all the time at night, because it wasn't grown up or anything. But they told us that 2 nights before then, there was 6 teenagers were out there having some sort of devil worship thing, and we saw the fires. We saw ashes. Then, so sometime during the night when they started back, and the blacktop was going so fast, and they hit the highway, they hit a truck, and it killed 4 of them outright, and then 2 were not expected to live. So they were all 4 of them. They had been out there, in this devil worship thing, and destroyed cemeteries, and then that's what happened.
We've had a continuing problem with that cemetery at that Harris Mill over there.
That high fence and everything?
Yeah.
You mean still and go get in there?
Well, really, they can just walk in the gate. I mean the little Harris Mill cemetery where Lorenzo and William Riley Harris are buried, and Liza buried there too.
Now, is that the one I'm thinking about where they had broken up and y'all glued these together?
Yeah.
You mean you had more of that?
Yeah, they came back, we mounted some of them in concrete and put iron rods down through there, and they still tried to push them over.
And there's not any way really to protect them unless somebody would have to get paid to stay there all night.
I know it.
The old cemetery at McAllister, or at Krebs actually, where a lot of the Italians are buried, had really been vandalized. I was down there doing some interviews, and they took me out to the old Italian cemetery, and it was a shame what they had done out there. And all the stones, they're mainly in Italian, and there's a lot of vandalism out there.
What is the point in this? Can you figure that out?
I can't understand people that'll do things like that.
Oh, we better watch where we're going on. Where are we? We're getting close to Davis.
Yeah, Davis has got up here.
We go through Davis. Well, do they bother those? Well, that one's in a field too, isn't it?
Well, that one's more isolated over there than the Howe cemetery is, and
yeah, that's close to the house. Huh?
Right.
That Ruby is such a delightful person to live with. Oh, she looks so cute. I looked through my scrapbook right there, picture that excellent one. She's got this cowboy hat on. It looks so cute.
You know, I didn't, it didn't register on me that was supposed to be a Western dinner. I didn't have any Western clothes anyway, but yeah, I show up in my suit and everybody else is in Western shirts.
Well, I put a necklace on you, didn't I?
Yeah.
You had on Harvey's shirt, Harvey York's shirt. Harvey York had an awfully nice write-up when he retired recently. Duncan and Marlowe, it was really, I wish I had brought my scrapbook for this year. I want to try to keep up to date all the time. And, but he was in some sort of division in World War II. There were 250 of them. Maybe you'll understand what I'm talking about. That went ahead to see what the enemy was doing and report back to
Reconnaissance.
what it is. There were 250 of them, and only 5 came home. And Harvey was one of them, and he was shot 9 times. I mean, 7 times. 7 times. And he was in the hospital in San Antonio for 9 or 10 months.
Goodness.
Where does he live now?
Marlowe.
And he's retired from the police department?
Just recently. And they had a really nice write-up in both the papers, Marlowe talking about it.
Did a good interview.
Yeah, it sure would.
Oh, it would.
I'm going to Cheyenne to interview a PT boat commander, and I was instructed to not drive a Japanese car.
Harvey's a Choctaw Indian. And
What's the story on, speaking of Choctaw Indians in World War II, the story of Racing Billy? Are you familiar with him, the Medal of Honor? Racing Billy?
Racing.
He's a Choctaw Indian that lives in Kyoto, and he's supposed to be receiving the Medal of Honor for what he did in World War II.
Well, it's kind of like to give it to him.
I would think so. They just awarded one to some man up in North for his activities in Vietnam.
And I saw that, and I thought that was kind of related to World War II. Yeah, my son, Bernard, he was talking to me, and that's how he happened to be in the Air Force. But they never did send him over there. He went all over South America, all over Europe, all those years. They never sent him over there. I think it's a little conscious of
Well, I was headed for Vietnam and I retired. They gave me a choice.
I wanted to retire.
You wanted to. They would let you.
I made it over to Vietnam.
Oh, you did? How long were you there?
18 months. That's why I flew helicopters.
Oh, uh-huh. What you were in what branch?
I was in the Army. I was 1st Cav Division. In fact, I was supposed to go up and they dedicated the Vietnam Memorial, but
You didn't want to, or did?
didn't want to.
My daughter married a young man that was in the Marines. They were engaged 2.5 years, I guess it was, and he met him and was engaged before he went over there. And then he went over with the Marines, stayed, I believe, that long. And I know he was held over 6 months more than he was supposed to be. But he was in real heavy fighting, and he was the gunner on the helicopter. But he was completely in his mind. I mean, know the feeling, and at any rate, just had a terrible time, and finally it was just impossible. Told her he never would be better, and so forth. So it was real sad. He was a real nice young man. He wrote me some of the most beautiful letters. That's one of the beautiful wording in the one they wrote. She didn't marry me until he got back, but she didn't realize what it really happened. I want y'all to know that if you're not familiar with the depot, see how for a small town, see it right there, the red room?
Oh, yeah.
See what a nice long one that is? Now Rush Springs is not, this isn't any bigger much than Rush Springs, if any. And they just had a little dinky one that the railroad tore down. Won't that make it?
Is this a museum now?
That's what she said. Did you say they were making this a museum?
Here's the real.
Isn't that a nice one?
That sure is.
Never been there, but it's nice.
Arbuckle Historical Society, it says. Well, I was supposed to come down here and talk to the sulfur group the 17th.
17th.
Big speech, you mean?
I've got to figure out something to say to them.
Was Green McCurtain an Indian? What was he, a Choctaw Chickasaw?
Choctaw.
He signed your allotment papers.
He was the last elected chief before the...
I was thinking this friend that came up when I had a birthday from Mississippi, that he was kin to him.
There's still quite a few of of his descendants around. There's a grandson over at Kenta, George Scott, and then another one, McCurtain
He's
Scott.
from Mississippi.
No, they were born and reared here in Oklahoma.
Maybe that's what we did.
Well, Green McCurtain, he was born here in Oklahoma.
No, I believe he was born in the Mississippi and came.
I know I've got my mother's allotment papers, and they signed the law.
They're right up here before you get up to turn off.
Yeah, in the long way.
The first exit, I think, where that library, the way from there. I thought we crossed the river right there.
No, we're rebuilding Green McCurtain's home over at Kenta in LaFleur County.
Oh, that's great. Well, tell me something. Somebody told me the other day, and I didn't know this when I went over to Scullyville, or I would have gone there, that there's a little community called Cameron, and there's a little Indian cemetery there that has Mitchell Tuffy's grave there with a stone. Is that true?
I don't know whether there's a stone there, but he's buried in that vicinity somewhere there.
I thought he was buried in Porto.
And they showed it to me on a map. They had been there and said it's a great big stone quarry.
Could be. I didn't know about it.
Still was right over there when I went over to
I think he died in that smallpox epidemic of 1838, I believe.
So now I have to go back and find it.
Well, let me know if you do find it. I'd be very interested in that.
Where did they build his house in Sherman District?
I'm not sure. I've got some information on it, though, somewhere. We know for sure where those two, his and the Nittaketchis, built, but I haven't been able to find anything specifying where the Punxsutawney District Council House was.
I'm right up here. We turn off.
Right here in the second.
Well, one goes to filling station, one goes around, and one one goes up on to I-35.
Let me see.
I-35, so we can kind of see, I think, when we get up. That one's going on I-35, so it's going to be this one.
Okay.
Yeah,
This one?
that one, You know, it says local road. That's going to be
here.
That's it.
But anyway, if you got it the wrong way, you can go right on up. I was reading somewhere about when they built this. They built it around that little cemetery. Designed it.
Right here, I think.
There's a gate right over here.
There we are. That we need to park in the shade.
That'll be neat.
Get the shade here.
Now you'd have to know this was here in order to find it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you sit up straight and look out your car window, you can see it as you go by. You could roll these down.
Yeah, I'm gonna crack this window.
About to get staggering. Hope not any chickens in here. They keep it pretty good, don't they?
They do. Hey, this cow's in sea Howell.
Who is that?
Here's Rhoda Howe.
This is Rhoda.
Yeah. 1911. This is Jane Howell.
Where is Mary Kemp?
Here's John Howell.
Huh?
Well, who you looking for?
This is John Howe. Now
Yeah.
this is Papa's brother. And then my father and Mary still over here.
Henrietta. And here's Dr. Thomas Howe.
What is this?
This is Butterfly.
Butterleys.
Butterly, not Butterfly.
Butterly was Papa's sister, you know.
Okay.
This is Nicholas. He is full-blood Irishman. Came from Ireland. Fanny's wife. Died in 1909.
Yeah, born 1851.
He died in 85. Is that when that is?
No, died 1903.
19 what?
3.
3. I had this somebody that lives out in Seattle, Washington, writes me all the time about that family. I don't know very well. And she won't know how when Aunt Mary died, Camp, and I never did could tell her.
This is Isabella Howell.
Huh? Is
Isabella
that the one of the
Howe.
oldest ones in here? What age? What?
Born 1832, died 1867.
57.
67.
67.
Yeah.
Well, there's one older than that.
Let me see. 1875. This one is 1886. That's 1873. 67 is the earliest I see. Unless this is
1867?
Yeah, this is 1870. Ada Camp. But this one is 1867.
Now that's the first grave here. She was 5. We saw that last night. This is she was 5 years old, little Isabella. Did it show? No.
Born 1832.
1836.
1832.
That's where Papa's born, wasn't it?
Not quite 40 years old. Now Ada was just 2 years old. Died 1870.
Well, there's Arabella now over there. Arabella Lacey. She married after
She was 2 years older than Isabel.
That was this grandma's child.
This was the first stone here, I
First
think.
stone they put in.
Okay.
So
Here's
that was
Calvin.
Shortly after she moved out here.
Where was that house?
She started the cemetery with this grave.
Where was that house, I wonder? Up that way or down this way?
Well, you know, Laura, we figured out one time that there were some
Used to
cedar
be a pear
trees.
tree down in here, but
And,
I can't remember that very well.
Yes, they're not there anymore. I don't see any cedar.
Whose house was it?
Rhoda Howe.
Okay.
Grandmother Rhoda Howe had a
And it's around these oak trees here.
plantation or ranch or something.
Child died, you know. That's when they started the cemetery.
Now here's Calvin down here. Calvin Howe.
That's the one that died at home,
Yeah.
I guess, isn't it?
And she was telling about it at the table there.
Now, which was his?
The last stone.
What the year does it say?
1910.
That's the year that we graduated from school.
Mhm.
And is that last stone over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
And next to him is Joseph Camp.
Well, she married after
Now there's Wolf's over there. Matt and Ellen Wolf.
Yeah, that's Papa's sister and her family. I think I'm to be buried right over there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Tom doesn't, he wants me to be cremated. He wants to be cremated, my grandson.
It wouldn't have saved, had she come back,
It's all right
it
with
wouldn't
me.
have saved this letter. I wouldn't think.
Ooh, that sun is being
Yeah.
This looks like an old one.
1882. Oh, less than a month old.
They lost a lot of babies in those days,
they
you know.
did.
Ooh, I have to get
Where is this is Ham. This is
now what?
Thomas
who's that?
Ham.
Camp?
Ham. H-A-M-M.
Ham, Tom Ham.
Yeah.
They had several children, I think, there here. And the Joe Camps had several babies. They lost every baby they had and everything.
Yeah.
And they were buried up that side.
Mm-hmm. Moore.
That's Miss Camp's daughter.
Mm-hmm. It is warm out there.
It's beaming down.
Now, where's your husband buried?
Where's
your husband buried?
Down in Davis.
In Davis?
We were divorced when he died.
Okay.
He has a lot over there.
And is your son down there too?
No, he's buried in Arlington.
Oh, that's right, in Arlington.
Not any of us buried in Davis, except my brother.
Mm-hmm. Now, who exactly was Rhoda Howell?
She was,
Dr. Calvin Howell's wife.
Oh,
she
Calvin.
was Rhoda Pitchlin,
Okay.
Peter's sister.
she was near Peter's age, where they were always lumped together in history books, it seemed like. Don't you think, Lois? It would tell about Peter, and then if it told about any others at all, it would always mention her, rather than the younger sisters. So apparently
Both of John Pitchlin's wives were Folsoms, right?
yeah,
He first married
first married Rhoda.
Rhoda, and then he married Sophia. Sophia.
No, they corrected. I called her Sophia all the time. I got corrected. They had a French pronunciation, I said. So I've been trying my best to say Sophia. Slips out the other way.
Well, in Istanbul is the Church of Saint Sophia that Justinian built in the 7th century. He compared it to Solomon's temple, and when it was finished, he says, "Glory to be God, Solomon, I bested you."
His wife was Theodora?
Yes.
Okay. I read the book, there's a book out called Theodora and the Emperor.
Well, there's another one, The Female, by Paul Wellman, that's probably better. Paul is from, Ponca City, Enid. And that was a well-researched book. If you haven't read it, you might like to. It's called The Female.
Seems like we've got that or something, I think.
Yeah.
Or somebody has asked for it. Is it relatively new?
No, it's been out,
Maybe
10 or
somebody just asked for it.
let's see. I first saw it back in the late 50s, early 60s. But it's an excellent book.
I'll look and see. I get mixed up on what people inquire about and what was actually there.
Yeah.
Just don't forget my mail.
Yes, ma'am. If I can find the right hill.
You will. It's the first, that little round mailbox. Trucks kept hitting their mailbox, and they finally had to put up one that wouldn't. Dr. Walker and Delia. You know what I'm talking about? You know how they, about the baby, and taking pictures of the baby and all of that?
They had their first child, was a boy, and he had breast sister, maybe he was about 2 years old, 1.5 years, something, school child, and died. And he just nearly killed Dr. Walker, his father. And he just didn't want to bury him, didn't want to pick him, couldn't put him in the ground. But they had a picture, we have that picture now, that they were holding.
A whole lot about Pitchlin in there. He did my, he followed my footsteps. Had the same adventure I did, trying to find that gravestone, which now they have really cleared out and put a marker beside it. They're on the road by it. He used my painting of Grandmother Pitchlin.
Well, everybody drinks Grandmother. We'd rather have a Coke. I had plenty of Coke. You cold?
Yeah, that sounds good.
You ready to have a Coke?
Yeah.
What do you want?
Just a small Coke would be fine for me. Just a small Coke.
I'll come in there.
I know you don't want coffee, do you, Davis?
She's called me everything but my name.
I'll come and fix mine. I was going to show you.
He's a descendant of the Wright, Claiborne Wright.
Turned out kind of dark.
Father of George
There's one in there.
Right. Photograph in there.
I want to find another book that she should have here before I go in there to help her.
So this was Rosa Folks's mother here. Yeah.
There should be another one. That it had a letter of Arabella in it. I knew where to look. It's got a brown. About like that. I'll look and see the index if I can find it. I'll go help her and you can read this.
He shows Claiborne Wright's place in the town was. I'm inclined to think it was a little further west. And then he showed him that having moved across the river here in 18. But there is a reference that says in 1828 he moved about 9 miles west to the south side of the Red River.
Oh, we've been over there, huh?
Well, you know where the old Wright home is over there now.
The Comish Plantation,
right.
Uh-huh.
Which I think is where he moved to from here. I don't know how good his documentation is on this move. But here's where he shows that this is his third home up here. This first home down here, second here, and then third up there. But now in 1825, he was definitely living on the north side of Red River.
That's north, isn't it?
And he shows that he moved in 21 on up here, near Cliff Creek.
Where was he when he died?
He was in Texas.
Yeah, but he's buried in Texas. That's just where his home's.
Now supposedly...
No, they said they were buried at Cleveland, and his wife at Shawneetown.
Well, his wife is, according to Skipper. It doesn't make much sense to me that he would have brought her back across the river to be buried over here.
But see, he had another wife after then.
I know.
I guess I better go help her. She's a little very tired. But you might find this intriguing. Laura keeps saying, but they wouldn't have buried anybody in here. They wouldn't have. She had to die here. They wouldn't have buried her here. But I don't. But my grandmother was her daughter, and so she said she never did come back. So I feel like my grandmother was right. She was her daughter.
Yeah, she. But we don't know where.
How? Yeah, there's a stone over there. We saw it today, but Yeah,
that's right.
LAC and head on there. But anyway, see what you think of this.
Week or two in Paris. And then the next summer, Aunt Betty would bring her children and stay up here, you know.
Was George still living at that time? Was George still living when you visited there?
Mm-hmm.
So you remember him?
George.
George Wright?
Your grandmother? No, he
No.
died before Mama they were married. As I mentioned, George, Skipper's father was George, what's his Skipper's last name?
Steele.
Steele, George Steele. He and Edna used to come every July, I believe after the 4th, sometime in July, when he got his vacation. He worked at the Cook Records, the big department store there. And they'd come on Monday afternoon, get here just about supper time, and stay till Saturday morning.
Skipper's parents.
Skipper's the grandmother.
Oh, grandparents. Well, I knew his father, Skipper's father had the newspaper there, didn't he? The Lamar County.
Yeah, some Gazette or something.
Lamar County something.
But he works at the bank now. I don't think he has a paper.
I knew when I was down there one time, they were planning to sell a newspaper. That was several years ago.
And old George would just sit out there under the trees. He was so glad to get away from Edna. His wife just talked all the time. And I can always remember when Saturday morning came, his leave, you know. Because 5 days is a long time to anybody visit. My grandson said 3 days I will let anybody on stage. And that's usually, he comes from San Francisco and he stayed about 3 days. He stayed longer this time, stayed a whole week. And but I'd just be pushing. I'd say, oh, I wanted to go so bad, didn't want. And we'd go out there and we'd stand there. She'd get there a step and she'd stand there, blah 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 blah, stuff, and get there and fall in, blah 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 blah. They were talking, you know. We'd finally get to the gate, and I put that bench out there because I got so tired of standing. And I just wanted to push. I was wanting to go so bad. I was so tired, you know, having them all week.
Well, they always say when you ride, I
wanted to push them out.
Yeah, I know. But this was after you all had been visiting in Paris, that they would come up here and return the visit, was that it? How did you go to Paris? By train?
Yeah, we went down to George stayed all night at the Allen Cottage, the Turner Cottage. The Turner boys that owned that hotel there, you know, it's just across, I don't know if it's still there now, from the railroad station. And I can remember we getting there just nearly supper time. And they'd have a bell ringing, Turner Cottage, Turner Cottage. And Mama knew Edgar and Alden or somebody, the Turners were really from Paris. And they were so glad to see Miss Nettle, you know. And we'd have supper there, and I always remember, I always thought it funny, Mama would wear a hat down to supper, you know.
Your mother, Miss Nettie?
Miss Nettie.
Netta.
She's Henrietta.
And then we go on the next day over to Whitesboro, and we changed at Whitesboro, and then we went on to Paris. Wasn't that a trip now?
So you had to change twice to
to get to Paris. And now, one time we were going to Papa, you had to get off real early, and didn't realize you'd get there so quick, you know. And well, we had to stop in Hugo and kill some time and eat something, and because we was going to get there before they got up. He was anxious to get off early, you know, and it didn't take long to drive down to Paris now. You could go 65, 70 miles an hour if you wanted to, you know. It wasn't need at all.
I guess after the Civil War, there just was a turmoil here for years. Tremendous.
Did you ever meet Thomas?
No.
He Skipper's dad.
No.
He's a real nice man, I think, he and his mother.
Edna was the worst one in the family, I think, because his mother. His grandmother, not his mother, his grandmother.
Well, this has been a very pleasant day.
Well, it has been to me. I've enjoyed the old coming down.
Me too.
I've been to hear that for 40 years.
When was it we had that open house? Was that year before last? Open house, the Diamond Jubilee. Was that year before last?
82.
Yeah, 82. And she had that open house, and I don't know, this house was crowded all day long, and it was,
We've had lots of parties out here.
yeah, she has parties all the time.
As I said, after I'm going, there won't be no more parties because not anybody else in the family likes to party.
They don't like the work involved, is what it is. They like to go, but they don't
The
like.
house is really made to Alvira, my grandson's mother, because she said if Tom, she could keep him from selling it. He likes to turn everything into money. And so she wanted that in her name, so it's in her name now. I don't have a thing,
Well,
because everything is so safe here with the inheritance tax, you know.
well, you've got a lot of papers here that ought to be preserved, that at some point in time. I say you have a lot of papers that ought to be preserved at some point in time to get them into some place where they can be saved and protected.
Where would they be? At the historical place?
Well, that would be my suggestion, into our archives there. Probably what we would want to do is screen through. Some of it would be pertinent to Oklahoma history, and some of it might not be. But sometime, at your convenience, we'd be glad to go over those with you and see which ones you might want to put into the archives.
Yeah, I think you ought to be preserved too, and they won't after I'm gone, I don't think.
That's what we're afraid of.
Because Tom is that, well, he says he'll never live here, and I don't blame him, I wouldn't either. And so he's on there, he said he's going to rob the house.
Rob the house?
Take everything he wants in the house, because he wants a house. He wants a house out there. His piano is always, he said that piano is his, and
but there'll be a lot of things that he won't want. He's in a house. I mean, for him, for one person.
That's true, right.
He wants all the good stuff.
So you'd be receptive if they wanted to come down and go through the, help them go through and see what they.
Well, what we could do then is...
What kind of papers would I, or should I have where you could get?
Well, anything, especially in the way of original documents, would have anything to do with the Indian Territory or Oklahoma or the Southwest. And what we would do is store these separately and keep them in acid-free folders, and probably eventually some of it might be microfilmed where it would be more accessible to historians. And we would designate it as the Laura Youngblood collection.
Well, I want to ask you, I think like I've read in the paper where is the torch seal where they preserve the flags. I have the flag that my son was a casket.
We saw that upstairs a while ago. It really ought to be down somewhere.
It ought to be somewhere where
They said it should be out of that heat up there. You want me to go up and
it's in that box there, in that
I know, we sort of, peeked in the box and we saw it. We didn't take everything off the box and we just opened, it cracked, but we saw it. And they thought it should not be in the heat up there. It would deteriorate fast. Is that right?
Get a quality edition on the roof.
That's right.
And if you want me to go up and get it, bring it down here and you could store it somewhere.
I can have the maid do that sometime. She goes up.
Yes, the change in temperature go from heat in the summer to cold in the wintertime, and that fluctuation is what
I don't think she can hear you.
Yeah. It's the change in temperature from the heat in the summer to the cold in the winter. That fluctuation is what destroys it. Yeah.
That's not good for things, is it?
No, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
What all's in those boxes up there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Over on that side, always just little and nothing given. Had a lot of things stored in there when she lived here. Just sometimes aluminum fan and even my mausoleum jars. Just anything that she... Vivian was awful selfish in a way. She took care of Papa and she was a pet, you know. And when she'd leave here and go out to California to stay with her husband a while, why, she'd even take the pictures off the wall, and we'd come out here and stay, you know. And you couldn't have company, everything was bare. And even the good aluminum in the kitchen, she'd take and store it in there. Now, I call that selfish, don't you?
Yes, I'd say so. Right, that's another thing we could do, is make negatives or copies of some of your photographs, and so that there'd be a backup copy to that. Because if these originals, something happened to them, there'd be nothing.
Yeah, that'd be a wonderful idea. So your pictures of your father and everything, and the house and all of those things. This one, and they protect them some way, special protection for them. What is it you do?
Well, we put the negatives in special folders where they are preserved. Photographs will deteriorate over time.
Yeah, we put the originals in acid-free folders and then make a copy print. And the public looks at the copy print, not the original. And we keep the original in acid-free folders and we store it in the dark, away from the light.
You better tell her that.
We make a copy negative. We store the original photograph in acid-free folders in the dark to preserve it, and then we make a copy print. And that's what the public looks at.
That's right. And you keep the original.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we keep the originals if you want to release them. If someone wanted to keep that, we've still got that copy.
You still have the copy that in there.
You know, so many photographs have just gone by the way through the years. They've scattered and...
Like that picture of my on the wall, you know, that's taken down to Dallas. They, when they sent that, they said if you pay $12, they'd store in their safe the negative. And any time, I don't know, 40 years from now, how long they keep them, that you can have a picture taken from mine. So I put it down, maybe somebody wanted to.
One of the problems,
I'm pictured down there in that thing because I sent the money so they could just save it if they wanted it.
well, see, the thing is, a lot of times the people go out of business, and then you have no access to your negative anymore, or they destroyed or whatever.
Well, we have, we're well over 20,000 photographs in our collection now up there. And we have a full-time photographic curator who takes care. That's her main job, is to take care of the photograph. And of course, Joe is in our archive section there, and he takes care of the oral history.
This is Joe.
We have, 4 other archivists.
Right.
That's where we store all of our manuscript and primary source material. Letters.
We have over 5 million pages of documents now.
And you can just put your finger on any one of them, huh?
Yes, ma'am. And it's all being microfilmed now. And are they half through with?
I would guess, because they've got all the fire tribes down.
Yeah. They're doing the Plains Indian sound.
I
doing what about the plane? What all that does that entail when you said that when they're doing the plane in?
Microfilming.
Microfilm
All information
all the records of the plane's Indian. We have the letterpress books from the Indian agencies. We're microfilming them. All material from the plane's Indians.
Well, that ought to be interesting.
The Choctaw and Chickasaw material's already been microfilmed.
So you can just go up there and look at it.
Grant Foreman, you were mentioning this morning, he, as you know, lived in Muskogee, and he recovered just tremendous volume of Indian documents that had belonged to the old Union Agency over in Muskogee. And ultimately, by an act of Congress, they turned those, or put them into the custody of the Oklahoma Historical Society. So we've got those.
Have you gone through it? No.
Well, that's what Joe was saying. We've gone through it and microfilmed them so that they're more accessible to the researchers now. And the more you handle documents like that, the more they suffer.
Yeah, they just get falling to pieces.
Right. So we've got most of them now where you can see them on microfilm.
So we're one of 2 repositories that have National Archives records outside of the National Archives.
Oh my!
We have, because all the 5 site records they're federal property. And we are, and I forgot who the other one is.
Well, could you go up there and see the roll numbers on that?
Sure.
You can?
That's all microfilm. We have,
Well, we also have the census.
Because like I said, off to Fort Worth to get.
Well, you don't have to do that. We have that up here.
Oh. You can look up for Grandmother Howe and see that she was that Dr.
We'll
Howe
have
could
the census card for her and show. And if she had any children at home at that time, they'll be on that same census card.
I sent for my mother. She's 10 years old, and I've got that. Along with her family, you know. But I said you could look that up and see how he raised her as an age, whether there's what she was, so he could. Because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to attend to her business. He was very capable of taking care of each other. So you can tell what happened.
You married Indy, but you didn't get a lot of them, did you?
No, I didn't.
You're not that old. No, that's that old. And this Tom Grant up here, you know, these girls, it's not any of the Grants living, the Withers that live there. They father paid $1,000 for his license, and his wife got the allotment. And my brother-in-law that married Daisy Shannon there, Daisy Howard, she was Jess Shannon. He paid $1,000. There wasn't many over the state that did that, and he got a lot of money. If you paid $1,000 for your license, well, you could have a lot.
That license
That's
was
how they got.
When was that? That was at 1902, wasn't it?
1902,
That's what I
right.
thought. Was that
And then they reopened the road in, what, 19? No, that was the reopened road in 1902. The original road was 98.
1980.
Probably knew.
98.
98, yeah.
And then they reopened them for the newborns.
Well, I think it was in 1902 when he married, and they...
Well, no.
No, I got a lot of $1,000.
Well, folks, I expect we should head towards the city.
From the city?
But I don't know.
You know the way down there.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
I hope you have. I always feel like it's a joy to come down here. I always look forward to it. Get away from all the hubbub and demands at home. I hope Rosalie...
Here, I want to show you that cake that was my grandmother and her father.
Oh, okay.
On my kindergarten. There's just two of them in the country. One's in the Austin at the and it's a history of Texas on there in dates and things. Turn on that light over there, please.
The history of Texas in this case.
He was in the legislature, George Wright, and they gave him that, and there's just one other. The man that made it gave him one, and there's one down in Austin. And I took that to Paris when they had the unveiling of his monument there.
That's right on the square there in Paris.
I was down there.
But managed somehow to live.
This came from London when Tom was over in
Silver head.
So what, that your son brought you? Your own son, this is it.
my grandson.
Oh, it's a great son.
But
They're all dogs, and I really have a hard time.
and he's giving me this. I said when I get old, I will use my canes.
When you get old.
When I get old.
She's never going to get old. I told her that she had a contract with the Lord for several more years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess I have to get about 100 to get older.
Listen, you can do just like Papa. On your 100th birthday, you'll stand up all day and greet people. Even if you have to use a cane.
Right.
You wouldn't sit down.
I can get used to not being able to do what you want to do.
Ma'am, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure to meet you.
I've enjoyed this.
Welcome back. And if you go to San Francisco, I'll look him up.
Okay.
I think he'd be glad to talk to you.
Thank you so much for letting us spend the day with you. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
Come back if you're down this way.
We'll do it.
And thank y'all for letting me spend the day
Thank
with
you,
you.
Brunetta, I'm sure.
Pleasure to see you again.
Yeah.
After all these years.
Yes, I knew you when you walked in the door, but
It's been about 10 years ago.
Yeah, and I've done a heck of a lot of painting since then. I can tell you, and I hope it's better. Oh, I've got to show you my cemetery I've got out there. Oh, as you're getting in the car.
Okay, all right. She's gonna show us her painting of Scullyville Cemetery. She's got in her car. Yes, this is her. Somebody did a beautiful job on that.
Oh, yes, I appreciate you bringing that. I shall.
Yes,
And I shall put it in a very prominent place in my study.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to sign it.
Huh?
No, Dean signed it because he was president by that time.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't do it, although I think he's a real neat fella. I think. Okay, if you think you.
Well, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.